to end the shutdown.
We'd like to offer a simple proposal that would reopen the government and extend the ACA premium tax credits simultaneously.
Democrats want a one-year continuation of Affordable Care Act tax credits and to establish a bipartisan committee to continue negotiations on long-term reforms. But Republican Senator Steve Daines tells Fox
these subsidies are paid directly to the insurance companies. 20% of these subsidies are fraudulent.
He says the proposal from Democrats does nothing to end rising health care costs, and the tax credits only serve to increase costs.
Fox's Jill Nato in Washington. The shutdown forcing the cancellation of more than 1,000 flights due to lack of air traffic controllers. This woman at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport in Atlanta blaming Congress.
This is very tacky, but I hope some of those senators and congressmen get stuck because they can't get somewhere, so they'll get there and figure this out and get it going again.
More canceled flights are expected in the coming days as the FAA ordered a flight reduction at the country's busiest airports. The National Transportation Safety Board now going through evidence related to Tuesday's deadly crash of a UPS cargo plane in Louisville, Kentucky, including the cockpit voice recorder.
After the crew called for takeoff thrust, a repeating bell was heard on the CVR, which persisted until the end of the recording 25 seconds later.
NTSB board member Todd Inman, who says during that time the crew tried to regain control of the aircraft. The cargo plane killed all 3 people on board and at least 10 others on the ground. Wall Street, the Dow gained 74. America is listening to Fox News.
Hey, listen to this. All it needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
An official message from Medicare.
Medicare plans change from one year to the next. And this year, it's important for you to review your current coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Visit Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The yellow light!
God, I'm walking here!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show, a very truncated Jason Rantz Show on this Friday afternoon. Wazoo Sports will pick up at 3:30, but before then, we'll talk with Redmond Police Chief Daryl Lowe. Why did they get rid of the flock system to automate the tracking of license plates for criminals, or at least criminal suspects? He'll explain. But first, lots of problems in the sky today and will likely continue through next week, courtesy of the government shutdown. That's what's trending. Brought to you by Legacy Group Capital, Common Sense Lending.
What's trending? Let's get political.
The shutdown, unfortunately, is still going on. And, of course, Democrats, like Pramila Jayapal, are pushing to keep the government shut down. You've got Republicans who put forward a plan to reopen the government, and they were working with the Democrats and the Senate with a new economic package of some sort that would help get things open again. And as we told you yesterday, even if they were able to vote on it, as early as this morning when we all woke up, it would still take several days for it to reopen. Democrats, as you heard at the top of the hour with the update, they've got their own plan to end the shutdown, and there's some negotiations going on. We'll see what this all looks like throughout the weekend, but you've got Democrats like Pramila Jayapal who are saying, no, you should keep the government shut down, Chuck Schumer.
He's got to keep doing it, and we've got to deliver a win because we can't have what happened in the spring happen again.
And then, of course, she says on CNN, the reason she didn't originally vote for the continuing resolution was because it wasn't actually clean. That's, of course, not true. She is flat out lying, and you're hearing this lie. Cory Booker first used this lie about a month ago. And it never picked up. And then yesterday or the day before, Nancy Pelosi said this, and she got called out, said that's not true. And even in this case, Wolf Blitzer's like, yeah, that's not true.
What Mike Johnson did is send us home. It was not a clean resolution, just to be clear. It cut funding from last year's levels going back to March. That's why the Democrats in the House voted against that continuing resolution, because it was not clean. It actually
was clean in the sense that what was already approved was going forward.
Yeah, Wolf Blitzer called it out, and kudos for him for calling it out. She's just flat out lying. She is flat out lying. And yet, the reality is, things are still shut down. Democrats aren't getting anything. And now people are getting impacted, not just at the federal worker level, people who aren't getting paid, people who have been furloughed. But as Josh Hawley pointed out, you've got a lot of people who are flying who are, at risk.
All it takes is one little accident and people die. Not just get hurt, they die. So air travel is nothing to mess around with.
We heard today the details, at least day one, on the 10% reduction of flights because of the air traffic controllers not going to work. And again, we understand it impacts the state or the country's biggest airports, but not just the big airports. We saw regional airports all around the country and here in Washington State get impacted. You had Tri-Cities Airport in Pasco having to cancel a Delta flight to Seattle. Spokane International had to cancel an Alaska Airlines flight operated by SkyWest coming into Seattle. Bellingham International was the third Seattle-bound flight that ended up getting canceled. And we know that we're going to see this ramp up in the coming days. Already for the weekend, you had airlines canceling almost 1,000 flights scheduled for tomorrow and Sunday. That's the reality. Delta Airlines said Friday that all cancellations had been posted for Friday through Sunday. That airline, along with its regional carriers, canceled 170 flights earlier today. And we're going to see this continue to ramp up. I mean, anyone who was thrown by the level of cancellations today, just know that airlines were ordered to reduce their flights by 4% today. Just 4%. But by next week, it's supposed to get to 10%. The FAA said carriers have to increase operations to 6% by Tuesday morning, 8% by Thursday, then 10% starting on November 14th, and then continuing at that rate until the government shutdown ends. That's according to the Seattle Times. Now, none of these cuts have to be approved by the FAA, but they did say that it can reject or modify a proposal to prevent disproportionate impacts to certain routes. So meanwhile, they're essentially saying you can't just cancel all flights to Seattle or all flights to Dallas or all flights to DC or New York. You're not going to be able to do that. You're going to have to be a little bit more, let's use the language of the left, equitable in what you decide to shut down. And again, this is all happening at a time where it's not entirely clear when specifically the shutdown will end, because people like Senator Richard Blumenthal, the Democrat from Connecticut who pretended to be a war vet that he wasn't actually, maybe fibbing a little bit on his resume, he said the election results are only just going to embolden us.
I think that there is no reason to surrender now, every reason to stand firm. The message of Tuesday simply confirms what we've been hearing again and again and again.
Except, of course, it doesn't, because they were elections in red, blue states. Yes, they were elections in blue states, deeply blue states, deeply blue cities. Are we supposed to look at Mamdani's election and say, oh, that's a clear rebuke from Republicans of Donald Trump and independents and Democrats? Of course not. But they've got a brand to uphold. Don't ask me. That's the word of Chris Murphy, the senator from Connecticut who was on Punchbowl News.
I think there will be some pretty substantial damage done to a Democratic brand that has been rehabilitated if on the heels of an election in which the people told us to keep fighting, we immediately stop fighting. If we surrender without having gotten anything and we cause a lot of folks in this country who had started to believe in the Democratic Party to retreat again, I worry that it will be hard to sort of get them back up off the mat in time for next fall's election.
Hey, you know what? This did a lot to help the base get excited. Sure, it's hurting a lot of people. It's costing millions and millions and millions of dollars in regions per day. But hey, you know, it's good for us politically. We can't just turn our backs on the radical base that demands that we shut the government down. I mean, just disgusting how they're talking about it. They're open about what they're doing, the pain that they're causing. And it is because they're trying to placate the radical left, which was a point that Majority Leader Thune made.
The Democrats just have to take yes for an answer. We've given them everything essentially that they were asking for, the reasonable Democrats, not the crazy ones like what you just heard. But they literally yesterday at their Democratic caucus meeting in the Senate had a pep rally. I mean, they are celebrating this. It's insane. And what's happening is the far left, which is the tail wagging the dog, is bullying the reasonable Democrats out of coming to the table. We have a proposal that they have been reviewing and looking at now for several days, mostly with things that they asked for, including a normal appropriations process. We open up the government. They get a vote on their Obamacare fix. They want to sit down, meet with the president on a path forward. He's more than willing to do that. All those things are in play, but they can't take yes for an answer for fear. I mean, these people are scared spitless of their base, and that's what's happening. Yesterday was a bullying session. The far left in the Democrat caucus bullied the reasonable ones out of coming to the table and settling this.
And that's a lack of leadership from the reasonable ones. And again, there's some obviously reasonable Democrats who aren't on board with the radical left, John Fetterman being one of them, Angus King being one of them, what's her name, Rosen from Nevada being one of them. But outside of that, you still have way too many of the crazies who are in charge. And as the president said earlier today, the reason why we're in this spot is because just the Democratic Party has become nutso.
We have a shutdown, as you probably know, because the Democrats have gone, they're crazy. They're crazy, but they don't care if they hurt the country. But we've approved it 14 times. We've approved a opening up 14 times, and they keep rejecting it. And I guess maybe they will again. Let's see what happens. They want to have a lot of bad things happen, bad things for our country. We're not going to give $1.5 trillion to people that came into our country illegally. We're not going to do it. To people came from prisons. They came from mental institutions. They're drug dealers. They want to give them medical care.
And no one else wants to. And of course, Democrats will pretend that they're not interested in doing that. And the good faith, reporting out there is calling them out on that. But this is the world that we live in. And that they're allowing Democrats to get away with this and not just singularly put the pressure on them to reopen the government is just an abdication of duty. If it were the Republicans who were responsible, you would get nonstop coverage and pressure on Republicans from left-wing media. But it's Democrats, so they're still pulling some punches. Now, again, not all media outlets are being dishonest or disingenuous here, but I do think that they're pulling some punches that they otherwise would not pull if Republicans were the ones who were truly responsible. And that's how you know Democrats are responsible for the shutdown and not the Republicans, because outside of MSNBC, the media is not blaming the Republicans for the shutdown, right? That's why, that's their tell. Let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending on the East Side?
As we told you yesterday, the Redmond Police Department decided to suspend the use of their flock camera system after a Redmond City Council recommendation last week. This comes despite this particular police department embracing newer technologies to go after the bad guys in ways that's safe for the entire community. So we thought we would check in with the police chief to get a better sense of maybe some of the politics that were involved, at least on the council side, in moving this forward. Chief Daryl Lowe joins me now. Welcome back to the show. It's been a while.
Yeah, thank you for having me again, Jason. Much appreciate it.
So obviously the flock system has come under some scrutiny from some folks who don't like the fact that federal law enforcement, I guess, accessed some data, though not from Redmond, but potentially for immigration purposes. But again, to the extent that they would use it, it's to go after criminal illegal immigrants. So what exactly is the issue from your perspective, and why did you make this decision?
So while both myself and the mayor remain disappointed in the council's, decision or recommendation, we respected that, or I respected that recommendation, and suspended use of the flock cameras pending additional conversation with the council.
Why?
Why? Because the council unanimously expressed an opinion or a decision to suspend it now so we can engage in additional conversation in regards to the automatic AOPR usage here in Redmond.
But was there any indication at all that federal law enforcement used this software, which essentially is kind of AI-driven, that you input the license plate of maybe a stolen vehicle or a criminal suspect, and cars that drive by the camera system would then be, polled against the internal data, and if you get a hit, then you guys learn about it, and it's easier to track down suspects. Was there any indication that federal law enforcement used anything from Redmond?
Absolutely not. Both an internal audit and an external audit by Flock confirmed that data from Redmond was not accessed or used by any outside entity, and specifically, it was not accessed or used by federal law enforcement officials.
And up until this point in which you turned it offline, even if it's temporary, have you had success with this software?
Yes, we have. We just arrested an individual yesterday, as a matter of fact, in South King County that was responsible for a street armed robbery and pistol whipping here in the city of Redmond. And it was through an AOPR hit that we were able to track that person to the south portion of the county. We arrested him yesterday and recovered a stolen firearm. And that's just one. We only had the system operational for about 5 months, but that is the reason for implementing this technology, is to both be a useful tool, I'll say near real time, but an important investigative tool after a crime occurs.
So aren't you less safe as a community without this software?
Anytime a tool is taken away from law enforcement, it creates a challenge. I'm not going to say we're less safe, but it does create an investigative challenge for us. This was, a very promising, piece of technology and a tool. And I'm confident that with, additional conversation, with our council, that we will be able to resume use of AOPR technology.
But are you concerned that you're letting the politics of this issue, not from your office, but from the council, define whether or not you're going to be able to use tools that you as the chief see necessary for law enforcement? I watched, the chunk during the council meeting in which they were questioning you about recent ICE raids, and clearly there were some council members who seemed to think that the police department should be involved, I guess, in stopping ICE raids, which you very quickly and accurately told them, no, we can't do that, that there's no lawful purpose for us to do that. But isn't that getting too much into your world, their politics interfering with what it is you're supposed to do?
Politics, fortunately or unfortunately, is part of this job. As I say, this is the most apolitical position, that one can undertake. And the council, they do have a role within municipal governance, and it's my, duty and responsibility to navigate that.
There was a moment, Chief, during the hearing that we've got the video up right now at seattlered.com. You seem to be taken off guard, and you responded, I thought, very appropriately. You were asked by Councilmember Angie Nueva Camina essentially whether or not your inability to use the police department to go after ICE raids or to end ICE raids means that the community members should literally fight back. And initially, when she made her comments, if she had just said fighting back, I probably would not have thought she meant literal fighting. But you obviously took it to mean, or at least potentially mean, she was talking about literal violence. Her response to you is what confirmed to me that is, in fact, what she meant. Can you take us through what went through your mind and what you were thinking when you heard the comments?
Well, Jason, what I'll say is this. Words matter, and words are important, especially when coming from, public officials. Yes, I was, taken aback. And as I said, we are here to keep the peace. And both words and consequences have action. So I would say that would be the biggest takeaway, or the intent in my response is that actions have consequences. Clearly, we don't advocate, violence of any sort. So I think that's the big, takeaway in message. Obviously, I don't think that was the council member's intent. Clearly, those are her words. But at the end of the day, we cannot, advocate or condone violence, of any sort. Yeah. And my job as a police chief is to maintain the peace.
Yeah, and her response to that was why I thought she did, in fact, mean violence. Because before that, I was willing to give the benefit of the doubt. We've all used language like it's time to fight back and not literally mean fight. But when you said our role is to keep the peace, she responded, but the peace has already been broken. And it almost felt like at that point you didn't really know how to respond to something like that.
Yeah, again, it may have been, in the heat of the moment. Mm-hmm. I just reiterate that, it's important for us as public officials to be mindful, of the words that we speak.
Are you feeling any additional pressures as the police chief from the council on how to respond when there are ICE raids in the city?
Absolutely not. I've made it abundantly clear, to my council and to the public, where I and the Redmond Police Department stand when it comes to, immigration and enforcement activities within the city of Redmond. We will not interfere or intervene. We will respond when called, and to date we have had cooperation from the federal law enforcement partners when we have made contact with them. Yeah. What I will say from a professional perspective, it would be refreshing if we would be notified prior to. So it's not so reactive, but again, I've communicated that to my federal colleagues in supervisory and management positions here in Seattle, and that's the best I can do at this point in time.
Yeah, and before we let you go, just on that point, because I was actually going to bring that up. I mean, why they didn't tell you, correct? Or I spoke with their acting field director, I think officially the field director for ICE Seattle. And she had said the reason why they stopped is not specifically Redmond, but there are local agencies that have been leaking the information out, which is obviously not safe for her agents.
And that may have been the case somewhere, and thank you for pointing out that was not the case here in Redmond, nor would it ever be the case. And it's just, unfortunately, the operational circumstances that we find ourselves in right now.
There you go. We've been talking with the police chief for the city of Redmond, Chief Darrell Lowe. As always, thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it.
Again, thanks for having me, Jason.
Absolutely. As I said, you can check out SeattleRed.com if you want to see the video of that councilwoman certainly appearing to encourage violence and literal fighting back, but I'll let you be the judge. Head on over to SeattleRed.com. The council member did not respond to a request for comment. SeattleRed.com. That does it. A shortened show on this Friday afternoon as Wazoo basketball is set to tip off. The pregame show starts at 3:30. It's a gorgeous day today, a gorgeous day for a win. It's a gorgeous day for me to leave a little bit early and then go take D'Artagnan for a walk. And Jackson's giving me a weird look. D'Artagnan's my dog. I adopted a dog last April of last year. Yeah, no. I know I should have talked about it before. 1-800-465-8770 for any of your texts from this first half hour, and we will see you on Monday. Enjoy Wazoo basketball in just a few moments right here on Seattle Red 770 AM, online at SeattleRed.com.
Seattle, this is Mark Levin, and I could not be more excited or more proud to be part of Seattle Red. I know being a proud conservative in Seattle isn't always easy, but now you have an ally. Seattle Red is the bold voice Seattle and the Pacific Northwest needs, reaching more people across multiple platforms and changing hearts and minds. I'm doing my part with the Mark Levin Show every weeknight from 8 to 11. Join us at Seattle Red on 770, seattlered.com, and the Seattle Red app.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents an easy holiday.
My holiday list was a mile long.
Fa la 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 boo hoo hoo.
Staples made it easy with big savings on tech gifts.
I'm listening.
And I saved big on custom holiday cards, too. Plus, Staples has UPS shipping in-store.
Holy flying reindeer. Shop Staples today for 40% off custom cards, invites, wrapping paper, labels, stamps, and photo gifts.
That was easy.
In-store and online expires 11/15. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. During the COVID lockdowns, I know we don't want to remember them, but the reality is you weren't driving your car, and that likely meant you weren't getting your regularly scheduled maintenance, the oil changes you needed to get in order to keep your warranty intact. The reason why that is coming up now is because there are some folks who are realizing after their car broke down, they go in, the warranty provider is digging into the fine print and saying, hey, you missed that oil change in September of 2021. And then, bam, they deny your claim. And so the Sunset Auto family, they don't want you to get harmed by some corporate loophole. So they're offering you free warranty health checks. It takes like 2 minutes, maybe 3. And if your coverage is shaky, they can get you out of that car or truck and into something better with lifetime warranty protection. If it's not shaky at all, awesome. You now leave with peace of mind. This is a no-brainer. Sunset's looking out for you because you just get more at Sunset. And people do like that. Visit them online at sunsetautofamily.com or check them out at Sunset Kia in Auburn, Sunset Ford, and Sunset Chevrolet in Sumner.
This is a test of your emergency alert system.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This hour of the Jason Rantz Show is brought to you by General Transmission Repair.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle. We are Seattle Red. Learn how Seattle Red is amplifying the conservative movement in Seattle.
The following is a Playfly Sports presentation of the Cougar Sports Network. Washington State basketball is on the air with the Coors Light Cougar Courtside Show.
Takes the pass, left wing three, takes it, and makes it. Oh, and another big three is needed. It's Reeve Babers who delivers again. Takes away the pass, 2-on-1 fast break, alley-oop block. Thomas Rogerson, one-hand alley-oop lay-in.
Coors Light, choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Coming up, we'll get today's keys to the game, check the latest scores around college basketball, and hear from head coach David Riley. Now, let's go courtside. Alongside WSU Athletic Hall of Famer and 14-year NBA veteran Craig Elo, here's the voice of the Cougs, Chris King.
And good afternoon from Davidson, North Carolina, where Washington State has made the cross-country voyage for the first road contest of the 2025-26 season to face off with the Davidson Wildcats for the first time in program history. I'm Matt Present, filling in for Chris and Craig this afternoon. So excited to bring you what is the Splash Brothers Invitational today. The college home of Klay Thompson visiting the college home of Steph Curry. Klay, of course, with the Cougs from 2008 through 2011, scoring over 1,700 points and knocking down nearly 250 three-pointers in a Washington State uniform before being drafted 11th overall by the Warriors in 2011. 2 years prior, Golden State went with Steph Curry, 7th overall, after he led Davidson to an Elite Eight appearance in 2008, and he totaled 2,600 points and made more than 400 three-pointers in a Wildcat uniform. Steph and Klay would quickly become one of the most iconic duos in the game of basketball, winning 4 titles for the Warriors in an 8-year span, not only providing elite entertainment for the NBA game, but also providing each of their college programs with immense pride. Both Klay and Steph have since had their jerseys retired by their respective institutions. As for the 2025-26 Cougs, they look to get back on track here today after dropping the season opener at home to Idaho on Monday. 83-81 the final. Washington State never led in the game, but did use a 21-7 run across the final 5 minutes of play to trim what was once a 16-point deficit all the way down to 2 before falling to the Vandals for the first time since 2017. 4 Cougs finished in double figures in that one, and the team turned the basketball over just 5 times in the game, but they also shot just 21% from three-point range in that opening night setback. But as is the case for so many teams across the country in this day and age of college basketball, there is a lot of new, and it's important for teams to build chemistry this time of year to set themselves up well for conference play. For the Cougs, it's a rotation that features 6 newcomers, 4 transfers, a freshman, and a European import as well. Washington State returns just 18% of its scoring from a season ago and only 28% of its minutes. So games like these, Davidson, the opponent tonight, important to get things going here early on in the season. The Wildcats, meanwhile, 1-0 to start the season after beating up on Division III DeSales University on opening night to the tune of a 97-63 victory. 9 players scored at least 7 points in that one for the Wildcats, including Hunter Adam, who knocked down 5 three-pointers to lead 4 players in double figures. He had a career-high 18. More on the Wildcats coming up in our pregame coverage. We're less than 30 minutes from tip-off this afternoon in North Carolina. It's 0-1 Washington State and 1-0 Davidson coming up here at the top of the hour. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougars Sports Network.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. Rural communities face unique healthcare challenges. By providing hands-on opportunities for WSU students in health sciences, nursing, pharmacy, and the LSNS Floyd College of Medicine, Pullman Regional Hospital is helping to shape the future of local healthcare. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
Since 1934, Hempler's has used only the leanest European pork bellies for its premium bacon made right here in the Pacific Northwest. Slow smoked over natural hardwood for a rich aroma, savory flavor, and a thick gourmet bite. It's no wonder Hempler's is America's leanest bacon and a longtime favorite of the Washington State Cougars. Hempler's, small batch crafted meats.
Hi, I'm Andre Gabriel.
I'm Dara Peters.
And I'm Tasia Sniffen. We're cheerleaders on the WSU Spirit Squad.
Meet Krista Gross, the realtor who supports students like us with NIL sponsorships and resources to help us succeed.
She's dedicated, relentless, and always puts her clients first, just like a true Coug.
With award-winning service and a passion for helping people, Krista is the ultimate coach for home buyers and sellers.
Support her because she supports us. You can find her online at KristaGross.com. That's Krista with the K, KristaGross.com. Go Cougs!
Counting you down to tip-off today in the first all-time meeting between Washington State and Davidson. Opening tap coming your way at the top of the hour. Let's take a closer look at this Davidson program. And of course, we mentioned in the open about Steph Curry, but this program has enjoyed sustained success both before Curry's 3 seasons with the Wildcats and after. Davidson has had some legendary coaches here over the years, starting with Lefty Driesell, who led the program to 7 20-win seasons in an 8-year stretch all the way back in the 1960s. But the head coach who's had the most success and is most synonymous with this Wildcats program is Bob McKillop, who led the Wildcats to 13 regular season titles and 7 tournament titles in a 33-year career, highlighted by 10 NCAA tournament appearances and, of course, that run with Steph Curry to the Elite Eight in 2008. Bob McKillop retired following his final tournament appearance in 2022, and he handed the reins off to his son, Matt, who played for Davidson in the early 2000s and then later served as an assistant on his dad's staff from 2016 through 2022. No doubt tough shoes to fill for the younger McKillop, and it's been a bit of a downswing for Davidson since his arrival. They've gone just 549-49 over Matt McKillop's now 3+ seasons, including a mark of 6-12 in a 10-play last year. This season, the Wildcats picked 11th in the Atlantic 10 preseason poll. But what's intriguing about this year's Davidson team is its youth. True freshmen Devin Brown and R.J. Greer each played meaningful minutes off the bench on opening night. The duo combined to score 21 points, while redshirt freshman Nick Koval added 7 points in his first collegiate start and did so against his dad, Scott, who's the coach of DeSales, the D3 team that Davidson took on opening night. Pretty cool for those two. Much more to get to on our pregame coverage. We'll take a look at the keys to victory for the Cougs here today and check in with head coach David Riley. But up next, we head back to our network studios where Austin Samuels is standing by with the scoreboard update. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougars Sports Network.
Coug fans, don't miss a single play this season while camping on the Oregon coast, in the Sonoran Desert, or in the wilderness of Yellowstone in an RV from Valley RV Supercenter. Valley RVs can come with all the technologies you'll need so you never miss a down, wherever you are. Better yet, why not work on your pregame skills at an away game or in the Palouse, where tailgating was perfected. We're a proud Coug supporter. Come see us in Kent or at ValleyRVSupercenter.com, where journeys begin.
Download the WSU Cougars mobile app today, which features the latest news. Plus, it's your way to stream all of our Cougar Sports Network radio broadcasts. Listen to Cougar football, volleyball, men's and women's basketball, baseball game broadcast, plus coaches shows, all for free with WSU Cougars Game Day app. Take our broadcast with you wherever you go. Available now by searching WSU Cougars Game Day in the Apple App Store or Google Play.
Hampton and Pullman is just a short drive from the Wazoo campus. They've got you covered for all your lodging and dining needs with the new addition of their on-site bar and restaurant, Crimson Bar and Bites. You will feel right at home with their spacious rooms, famous Hampton waffles, cozy outdoor patios, Cougar gift shop, and the friendliest staff in town. Visit HamptonbyHilton.com to reserve a room for your next trip to the Palouse. Coug owned and Coug managed. It matters where you stay. Hampton and Pullman. Hilton for the stay.
Brown family honors the legacy of founder Andrew Brown's late grandfather, William Bittner Brown. Every decision made from farm to glass reflects their commitment to premium Northwest wine and spirits. Whether you're visiting one of Brown's tasting rooms or opening a bottle in your own home, Andrew and his wife, Courtney, welcome you to their extended family where good friends, good food and wine, and good times are always on the agenda. Stop by one of our tasting rooms, Spokane, Walla Walla, Seattle, Bellevue, Tacoma, or Portland, and get 20% off a glass this season when you mention WSU.
Time now to check scores from across college basketball. Brought to you by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly.
We welcome you back to the Coors Light Cougar Courtside Show. Washington State and Davidson coming your way from North Carolina here in less than half an hour. Austin Samuels with you here to check some scores, and let's get right into it. The Washington State women, they're still looking for their first win of the year. The Cougs are 0-2 after a loss to UNLV on the road in Las Vegas on Wednesday night. The Washington State women will be back in action tomorrow against Southern Utah in Cedar City. Tip-off is at 1 o'clock Pacific time. Looking at the WCC, a handful of games on tap tonight, but none live right now. San Diego is at home tonight against Idaho State. Both teams are 1-0 on the year after defeating non-Division I opponents. That one tips off in San Diego at 6 p.m. local time. Santa Clara back at home tonight as well against McNeese State. Both teams sit at 1-0. Things get going at 7 p.m. Pacific time there. Oregon State back at home tonight after narrowly defeating North Dakota State on Monday night. They'll take on UIC in Corvallis. Tip-off set for 7 p.m. Pacific time. Pepperdine will try and pull off a big upset on the road tonight against 12th-ranked UCLA. Both teams are 1-0. That game gets going at 7:30 Pacific time. St. Mary's back at home tonight, also against the Chattanooga Mocs. That game starts at 7:30 Pacific time. The Gales beat St. Thomas earlier this week. The Cougs will play St. Thomas coming up on Monday. Big game in the top 25 tonight. It's between 19th-ranked Kansas and 25th-ranked North Carolina. That one tips off here in about 20 minutes at 4 o'clock Pacific time in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Washington State looking at their opponents coming up over the next 2 weeks. Again, I mentioned that they'll take on St. Thomas back at home in Beasley Coliseum on Monday. The Tommies right now 0-1 on the year after that loss to St. Mary's. They'll play tomorrow at home against Army. St. Thomas picked to win the Summit League Conference in the preseason poll. Washington State will host the Washington Huskies next Friday in an early edition of the Apple Cup in Beasley Coliseum. The Huskies are 2-0 after defeating Denver University at home last night by a score of 84-70. UW will travel to Waco for a big one against the Baylor Bears coming up on Sunday nights. The Cougs will round out their 3-game homestand with Southern Utah on November 19th. The Thunderbirds are 0-1 after a loss to Arizona State. They'll look to rebound with their first win tomorrow against Texas Rio Grande Valley. Then Washington State will head to Maui for the Maui Invitational. That's a look at scores. Austin Samuels with you here. Davidson and Washington State coming your way in about 20 minutes. When we return, our Matt Presence is with head coach David Riley. When we come back, you're listening to Washington State Basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
Everybody knows you shouldn't retire until you're 65.
Buying a house? 20% down or nothing, bud. It's easy. Put your money into savings and never touch it.
There's a lot of questionable money advice out there. For financial knowledge that can help you reach your version of success, come to Gisa Credit Union. We can walk you through everything you need to feel confident about your finances. There's a healthier approach to money. Find it at Gisa Credit Union. Gisa is an equal opportunity lender.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. The RAV4 has legendary versatility. The Grand Highlander's adult-sized third row is for real. And the Tacoma's wild side comes standard. From job sites to campsites and game nights, there's an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive Toyota to get you there in style. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Nothing works up an appetite like cheering for your Cougs on game day. So why not cheer them on at Northern Quest with an impressive roster of restaurants and lounges? You can tackle the menu at Epic and catch every play on the 10 by 30-foot screen. Or grab a steak at Maslow's, a fine cigar at Legends of Fire, even a burger from Fat Burger. You know, for your inner linebacker. See more at northernquest.com. Go Cougs!
A mission that matters. A place to grow. Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories is an internationally recognized designer and manufacturer of products that protect and control electric power systems worldwide. Employees are problem solvers, inventors, and doers. At SEL, you can support a mission that truly matters and create a career that maximizes your full potential. Apply to join the growing SEL team today at selinc.com/careers.
Time to learn about the cold, hard facts for today's game with head coach David Riley. Presented by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Now, with David Riley, here's Chris King.
All right, Coach, getting set for Washington State and Davidson tonight from Belk Arena. What has practice been this week as you guys prepare for the first road test of the season and try to turn the book on Idaho?
Just try to lock in with a little more discipline. Like I think these guys had a really good fall, and then for whatever reason on Monday we didn't look like the team that has practiced for the last few months. And so I think part of that was we were overthinking and we weren't able to stick to what we do when the lights turned on. So just kind of locking in on staying disciplined on what we do and focusing on our identity.
As you and your staff go back and watch the film from that game, you mentioned discipline. Any other areas that really struck you?
We weren't a force on the boards. We got one offensive rebound in the first half. We were rushed offensively. We didn't play through the post. Just play through the paint, really. We tried to score on our first paint touch a lot of the time. So a lot of rush stuff and then not physical enough.
This is a really interesting matchup. First time the two programs have ever met, Washington State and Davidson. And, of course, there's the Splash Brothers connection with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. How does a matchup like this get on the schedule?
Two good teams that needed a game in August, honestly. It was one of those things where we were kind of scrambling late, and so were they. And so we put together home and home with, two really good teams that are in and out of the NCAA tournament. So I think this is just a great college basketball matchup.
You guys obviously started with a Division I opponent. Davidson starts their year with a D3 opponent. They win by 34. I don't know how much you can take from the result, but as you watch the film on that game, what stands out most about the Wildcats?
Their pace that they play with and their disruptiveness on defense. Like I think those guards do a great job of pushing up and getting paint touches in the first 5-6 seconds. And then their ball screen defense is really disruptive with a lot of their hard hedges and those sort of things. So, it wasn't a tight game, but you could still see what they're trying to do.
Historically, they're really a technical team, a lot of motions and backdoor cuts and stuff. You guys probably have the edge athletically and from a more physical perspective. How can you use that to your advantage here tonight?
I think that's got to show up in the glass and with our ball pressure. And for me personally, when I was an assistant coach at Eastern Washington about 9 years ago, we played out here. The next year, we actually hired an assistant who played at Davidson, and we've incorporated a lot of their stuff in our offense. And I think there's a lot of similarities in how we play offensively. And we should be able to guard some of their off-ball stuff because we have to guard it every day in practice.
Coach, appreciate the time. Good luck here tonight.
Go Cougs.
That's head coach David Riley. More on the matchup with Davidson when we come back. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougars Sports Network.
Get game day ready at Rosars. Rosars is a proud sponsor of WSU Athletics and your headquarters for keeping snacks stocked up for game time. You'll find the largest craft beer selection, local and imported wines, and all the makings for your favorite cocktails. And while you're there, stock up on your favorite deli snacks, pizza, rotisserie chickens, and ribs. Don't just watch the game, experience it with your favorite game time foods. Get game day ready at Rosars.
As proud Cougs, we always find our way back home. At McVeigh Brothers, we want to help all Cougs improve the value of your home. Hello, I'm Mike McVeigh from McVeigh Brothers Roofing, Siding, and Windows, a proud supporter of Cougar Athletics. The team of professionals at McVeigh Brothers take great pride in helping our customers remodel their homes with new entry doors, rain gutters, siding, roofing, and windows. At McVeigh Brothers, we're working for you.
For nearly 100 years, Adams Tractor has helped the Northwest knock out to-do list one tough job at a time. As your local Kubota dealer in Spokane and Lewiston, we're proud to back Washington State Athletics with the same grit we bring to every yard, field, and job site. From mowing to digging to plowing, Kubota delivers, and so do we. Visit AdamsTractor.com. Adams Tractor, nearly a century strong, powered by Kubota, fueled by Coug pride.
Boost Collaborative is a proud sponsor of Cougar Athletics and is a proud supporter of people with disabilities on the Palouse. For over 50 years, Boost Collaborative has been there to help families and their toddlers meet developmental milestones. For youth and adults with disabilities, Boost provides job placement, on-the-job training, and follow-along support. Now you can play a part in Boost's success through your donations and purchases at Palouse Treasures Thrift Store in Pullman. Boost Collaborative, empowering people with disabilities on the Palouse. Go Cougs!
From Belk Arena in Davidson, North Carolina, we are counting it down to tip-off in the first ever meeting between Washington State and Davidson. Two teams on opposite ends of the country, but what the common thread in this one are the two guys known as the Splash Brothers, Klay Thompson and Steph Curry, each a member of these two respective institutions, and it brings a lot of attention to these schools, and now they get a chance to square off. As head coach David Riley told you a few minutes ago, just two really strong programs that each needed a game, and it turns into a home-and-home series, and that's just great for college basketball. This is the furthest east that the Cougs have traveled since playing in Connecticut 2 years ago when they played in the Basketball Hall of Fame tip-off tournament, and they took on Mississippi State and Rhode Island at the Mohegan Sun Arena in Connecticut. So it's been 2 years since they've been all the way to the East Coast, and they make the trek here to Belk Arena in Davidson, North Carolina here today. A couple key areas to watch tonight for the Cougs. Key number one is improvement on the glass. Washington State lost out on the rebounding battle in the season opener against Idaho, but for parts of the game, it was really a stark discrepancy. The Cougs were minus 10 on the glass for much of the second half before tightening that number late in the ballgame during that big 21-7 run down the stretch. Washington State will certainly look for a much better showing on the boards here today. Second key here this afternoon is to exploit that physicality advantage, and certainly some of that will show up in the rebounding totals, but it was tough for the Cougs in the Idaho loss, not having big man Endi Okafor on the floor for much of the game. He fouled out ultimately, but picked up 3 fouls in the opening half and played just 16 minutes in the ball game. And to have a guy like that not in the lineup, 6'10", 250, you know he's going to be a big factor in the game plan on both ends of the floor. That was certainly a factor in why the Cougs came up short against Idaho in the season opener. So he's got to play smart. He's got to be a force physically, but also stay out of foul trouble here today. By the way, when I spoke to David Riley before tip-off tonight, he told me that Reeve Vavers is available today. Sat out that season opener due to injury. He is still on a minutes restriction, but expect to see him at some point here in today's game. Cougs and Wildcats today, part of a really strong non-conference schedule for Washington State, which also features, of course, that big Washington matchup 1 week from today, and then also a road test against Bradley and Southern California, and a home matchup with Nevada in non-conference play. Cougs, of course, looking to make a postseason tournament for the 5th consecutive season after making the NCAA tournament in 2024. And then last season playing in that inaugural Crown tournament in Las Vegas. 81 points in the opener for the Cougs. Yes, it was not enough in that 83-81 loss, but it is impressive that they continue to hover around that 80-point plateau. Last season, in David Riley's first year on the Palouse, the Cougs averaged 79 points per game, which was 54th nationally. Perhaps even more impressive, they were 9th nationally in field goal percentage at 49% and 20th nationally in assist rate, just a touch beneath 17 assists per game. And again, David Riley really having a strong season in his first year in Pullman, 19 wins, and they do that without a lottery pick in Cedric Coward, who ultimately goes number 11 to the Memphis Grizzlies despite playing in only 6 games. And so certainly a season that you can build on, and he hopes to continue to do that here today, even despite some key departures from last season. Again, it's Washington State 0-1, Davidson 1-0, and tip-off is just around the corner. Stay tuned. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougars Sports Network.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes every moment cheering on your team even better. Plus, the mountains on the bottles and cans turn blue when your beer is Rocky Mountain cold, so you never have to guess if your Coors Light is ready to drink. So crack one open, take a sip, and enjoy the game. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Whether you're cleaning up to host a backyard game day party or just powering through your fall projects, you can count on the performance of Steel. From blowers to chainsaws, Steel tools are built to go the distance. With legendary quality and real dealer support, you'll find the right tool and the right team for every job. Steel, proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars.
This is Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
Kill dish. Tomas to the basket. Left-handed butter. He's got it. Cougs red hot out of the game.
Today's broadcast is brought to you in part by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. It's game time on the Cougar Sports Network. Now, alongside WSU Athletic Hall of Famer and 14-year NBA veteran Craig Elo, here's the voice of the Cougs, Chris King.
Matt President pinch hitting today for Chris and Craig. Glad you joined us. We are at Belk Arena in Davidson, North Carolina. Bob McKillop Court, the site of this first ever meeting between Davidson and Washington State. Before we get you the starting lineups, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
spread on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma, Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
All right, first for the Davidson Wildcats. They're 1-0 this season following a 17-win and 16-loss campaign a season ago that saw them go 6-12 in the Atlantic 10. Matt McKillop leads this group, fourth season head coach and the son of the legendary Bob McKillop, who coached the 33 years prior to Matt McKillop's tenure. Their starting five looks like this. Manny Joseph in the front court, 6'7" sophomore from London, England, scored 11 points in the opener on Monday night. Last season for Davidson, played in 23 games, 2.5 points and 2 rebounds. Josh Scovin's a big addition to the team this season for Davidson, 6'6" junior from Greensboro, North Carolina. He started his career at Armory, where he was a second-team all-conference selection a season ago, and the Patriot League Rookie of the Year the season prior. Last year averaged 15 points per game, scored 10 in the season opener against DeSales. Parker Fredrickson is in the backcourt, 6'4" junior from Bixby, Oklahoma. Fredrickson transferring in from nearby Wake Forest. Last season for the Deacs, played in 31 games, averaged 3.2 points per game, scored 7 on Monday night. Sam Brown, a junior sharpshooter on the wing. He's from Marion Station, Pennsylvania, and he transfers in from Penn, where he too was a second-team all-league selection a season ago, scoring 14 points per game and shooting 34% from outside the arc. He knocked down a couple shots in the game on Monday from deep, 8 points and 4 assists for Sam Brown, this southpaw. And rounding out the starting five for the Wildcats, the man in the middle, 6'10", 240-pound senior Sean Logan from Westfield, New Jersey. Logan in his fourth season with the Wildcats, although last year suffered a season-ending injury just 11 games into the year. And so recovering from that torn ACL, and he's in the starting lineup, but on a minute restriction to begin the year. So again, Joseph, Scovins, Fredrickson, Brown, and Logan, the starting five for the Davidson Wildcats. As for Washington State, 0-1 on the season following an 83-81 setback against Idaho on Monday. David Riley in his second season, 19 wins against 16 losses, goes with this starting five here today. Emmanuel Ugbo, a 6'8" senior from the Netherlands, makes his first start of the season after matching a career high with 17 points on Monday night. The Boise State transfer averaged 3 points and 2 boards a season ago. Thomas Thrasterson starts in the front court, 6'7" sophomore from Iceland. He too poured in 17 points in Monday's season opener. Last season at WCC all-freshman team selection. Thrasterson, 4.5 points and 3 boards for the Cougs a season ago. Jerome Morton is in the backcourt, 6'4" junior from Lexington, Kentucky. Last season started in 20 of the 25 games he played for the Cougs, 11 points per game, 3.5 assists as well for Morton, who scored 14 in the season opener. And Adria Rodriguez, the point guard tonight for the Cougs, 6'4" senior from Barcelona, Spain, coming to the college level for the first time this season after playing 2 years professionally in his home country of Spain. 1 point and 3 assists in the opener against Idaho on Monday night. And Andy Okafor, the big man in the middle, 6'10", 250 pounds from Dundalk, Ireland. Okafor, a transfer from Cal originally. Last season with the Cougs, played in 32 games, 5.5 points, 2.5 rebounds, and was 20th nationally in blocked shots. Almost set to tip this one off. Eric Curry, Leslie Jones, Darren George are officials today. Washington State in their traveling crimson uniforms with a white stripe and the Cougar logo down the sides of the pants. WSU on the front in white lettering. White numerals and trim for the Wildcats. White uniforms, Davidson in small black type across the chest. Red numerals and black trim with an interlocking DC on either side of the short leg. Almost ready to go here from Belk Arena. Glad you've joined us in the first ever meeting between the Cougs and the Cats. Eric Curry will put the basketball in the air at the jump circle. Okafor bats the tap forward, and it's chased down in the backcourt by Josh Scovins for the Wildcats. He'll give way to Parker Fredrickson, the Wake Forest transfer, who brings it across the timeline right to left. Brown left wing has it, pivoting with his right foot planted, driving Fredrickson, floats it high off the glass and gets it to drop. Friendly roll off the front iron for Fredrickson, and it's a 2-0 Davidson lead 25 seconds into this opening half. Rodriguez at the controls for the Cougs. Left wing Morton starts, peels it back out front to Rodriguez. Entry pass to the right wing, and this is Ugbo. He'll cycle it around the perimeter. 8 seconds to shoot. Rodriguez thought about a step back. 5 on the timer. Kick out pass Okafor. 3 to shoot now. Gives it up. Ugbo with 1 on the timer. Does not get it off. And it's a shot clock violation on the Cougs. First trip down the floor. Well, you heard David Riley mention it in our pregame conversation. The aggressiveness with which these Davidson guards can play and be disruptive, and they were on that possession. Cougs will pick up token full court pressure. Rodriguez backs off as Fredrickson crosses the timeline. Crossover dribble to the right elbow. Kick out past Scovins. Rotated left wing for Josephs. Back up top, Fredrickson curling to catch. 3 ball up. It's off the heel, no good. And the rebound ripped down by Okafor. Again, we'll keep an eye closely on those boards here today after we talked about it a few minutes ago. WSU out-rebounded by as much as 10 for stretches in the second half. Thrasterson straight on triple try. That's off the side of the rim, no good. And the rebound pulled in by the Cougs. Tomas had his brother Stamir play here at Davidson for a season. As quickly the other way go the Cats, and Sam Brown explodes off the bounce down the left side of the lane, lays it in, and it's 4-0 Wildcats. Morton the other way around the baseline, tried to reverse it home. It was blocked inside as Joseph got a piece of it. It will go out of play, and it will be Cougar basketball. Baseline right underneath their attacking bucket. 4-0 Davidson, 18-17 to play in this opening half. Rodriguez to inbound. Long bounce pass into the right corner. Morton bluffs a chest pass out high. Settles. Now they'll rotate it around. Rodriguez lobbing for Okafor. Nice catch. Goes up. It's spun out. No good. It was a tough pass to handle. Okafor reaching out one-handed to corral it, and then had a pretty good look but could not finish. Front court left for the Wildcats. Brown pivoting at the A10 logo. Fades away from 12 and drops it in. Sam Brown with back-to-back buckets. First 6 for the Wildcats here today. And it's 6-0 Davidson. 17:46 to play in the opening half from Belk Arena. Okafor, top of the key probes. He'll survey. Dribbling with the left hand. Coming around to screen Morton. Gets downhill. Picks up his dribble at the free throw line. Lets fly on a 15-footer. That's off the mark. No good. And the rebound pulled in by Fredrickson. Fredrickson from Bixby, Oklahoma, the all-time leading scorer at Bixby High School, crosses over, left side of the lane, peels it back out to the corner. Out high it goes Brown, push pass right wing now for Josephs. Top of the key, deep 3 on the way from Brown, that's good with a switch. 9-0 start for Davidson, timeout David Riley. Sam Brown scoring the last 7 points by himself, and that's 1 point shy of where he finished in the opening night win over DeSales, in which Davidson beat the D3 member 97-63. And Davidson having their way on both ends of the floor, not only creating open looks, but forcing the Cougs to really work deep into the shot clock and get off some lower quality looks, although Okafor did have one on the interior that was a pretty good chance, but spun out of the cylinder. So the first time out of the game taken by David Riley at the 17-12 mark of the opening half, with the Wildcats out to a 9-0 head start. Ameli Yalaho checks in for the first time now for the Cougars. Yalaho 3 points on just 1 of 5 from three-point range in 25 minutes as a starter in the game against Idaho, coming off the bench here today. Ace Glass, the 6'3 freshman, also into the ball game as well. Rodriguez splits the double team at midcourt, shuffles it off to the right wing for Thrasterson. Rodriguez point right over to Glass. Bounce feed left of the lane. Yalaho double team. Trap comes. Bounce feed inside. Thrasherson inside out. Rodriguez extra pass. Right corner triple try. That's too strong by Ugbu. Offensive rebound pulled in by Yalaho. Twisting inside. Off to his teammate Thrasherson. Low block right, and Thrasherson lays it in. First 2 points of the ball game for the Cougs come at the 16:35 mark of this opening half. It's 9-2 Wildcats. Davidson front court left, following a 17-16 campaign a season ago. Right wing triple try is good again for the Wildcats. That's Joe Holbert, who did not play in the opener against DeSales. Holbert was injured, cleared to go today, and he drops in a three. Ugbu spinning inside, couldn't get the hook shot to go, and Holbert there for the rebound. 16:07 to play first half, 12-2, Davidson ahead. Deep three again, Scovins this time, missed it, Ugbu the rebound. Under 16 minutes to play, we'll get a media stoppage at the next whistle. Cougars down 10 early here on the East Coast. Rodriguez trying to free himself, turns the corner, left elbow, gives up his bounce, scoop shot, up and under move, didn't go as it hit the underside of the rim, and Davidson has the rebound. Outlet pass fortunate. Fredrickson was there to clamp down on it as he didn't see the initial delivery from Sam Brown on the outlet. Brown up top has it, Rodriguez pokes it free, diving for it at center court. Rodriguez tips it out of play, and it was last touch, they say, by Davidson. It'll be Cougs basketball when we come back. Davidson scores the first 9 points of the ball game, and right now they lead by 10. Wildcats 12, Cougars 2. We've got a timeout with 15:29 to play in the opening half. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougars Sports Network.
Your audio home for all things Cougar Athletics is the Washington State Cougar Podcast Channel. Just search for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to follow and subscribe to the official podcast home of the Cougs. Hear our original WSU Athletics podcast, plus replays from the Cougar Sports Network, including football pregame and postgame show coverage, full football game broadcast, and coaches shows. Find it all by searching for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to start listening today.
With the WSU debit card from Giza, it's hard to tell who's supporting who. When Coug fans use their WSU card, they show off their Coug pride, and donations are made back to Cougar Athletics. But the card supports the Coug fan by helping them grow their money. So does the card support the Coug fan, or does the Coug fan support the card? It doesn't matter. All that matters is that the WSU card supports Cougar Athletics and your wallet at the same time. Get your WSU card at Giza.com. Checking account transaction requirements, terms and conditions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Back here in Davidson, Wildcats 12, Cougs 2, 15:29 to play in the opening half. Cougs looking for their first win of the season all the way across the country here this afternoon. Wildcats scored the first 9 points of the ball game. Cougs have struggled to shoot the basketball, just 1 of 8 from the field, 0 of 2 from three-point range. Meanwhile, Davidson 5 of 7 to start, including a couple makes from beyond the arc. Cougs do have a narrow 4-3 advantage on the glass in this one. And David Riley's made another substitution out of the timeout as he brings in Reeve Avers for the first time this season. He told me pregame that it's not quite full go. There is a minutes limit, but good to see Reeve back in the mix here in game number 2. Rodriguez at the point. Left wing with 15:20 to play. Dump it down low. Yalaho started the back in, shovels it back outside left wing. Rodriguez stop and go move, and a whistle off the basketball, and a foul called against the Wildcats. That goes against Nick Koval, who checked in during that media timeout. Koval played against his dad Scott, the head coach of DeSales, in the season opener on Monday. Cougs basketball underneath their attacking bucket. Lob it into Yalaho. He backs his way in. Kicks it out to the right corner. Favors a three. That bounces off, no good. Offensive rebound tracked down by Ugbo. Kick it back outside. Three-pointer from Glass, no good. And the rebound hauled in by Josens. Cougs have missed their first three from long range here today. They trail by 10, 12-2 with 14:50 to play in the opening half. Josens out high, point right. Hesitates, driving to the right elbow. Shut down there by his opposite zero, Ogbo. Inside it goes Scovers, and Scovins lays it in. Just over the front rim, able to get position in that restricted area. And Scovins with his first bucket of the ball game. 14:30 to play opening half. 14-2, Wildcats on top. Rodriguez in between the rings. Explodes off the bounce down the lane. Dump off pass inside. Ugbo with the flush. Good find there from Rodriguez, and we'll see if that's the spark the Wildcats need as Rodriguez drew the attention and Ugbo wide open for the finish. 10-point lead. Brown, a southpaw three straight on try is no good, and the rebound for Ugbo. He's been good on both ends of the floor here early. Rodriguez around the screen. Cross-court feed into the corner. That's caught by Revavers, I should say. Rodriguez off the bounce. Thought about a step-back jumper, doesn't take it. And they'll reset with 12 on the timer. Rodriguez hesitates around the screen. Drive and dish. Head fake by Ugbo, and he's called for steps. Good idea with the defender flying out, but he shuffled his feet. And now Matt McKillop will make a handful of substitutions. Robert Bloom's into the ball game for the first time. 6'4" sophomore from Latvia. Devin Brown, the 6'6" freshman from Lewis Center, Ohio, also in. Davidson inbounding against full court pressure in the backcourt. Brown looking for an outlet, lobs it to Koval, who will clear the center circle right on the interlocking DC and red lettering at center court. 13:30 to play opening half. 14-4 lead for the Wildcats here on their home floor. Twisting and turning is Brown. Kick out pass outside. Brief touch for Holbert. They'll rotate it around. Devin Brown, the freshman from Lewis Center. 8 points in the first game of the season. Jumper won't go. Tried to save it along the end line and could not do so. It will be Cougs basketball, left to right, length of the floor with 13:13 to play in this opening half from Belk Arena. Yoloho, Morton out there in the backcourt. Okafor in the front court. Deep three, straight on try. Glass, the freshman, back rims it, and it caroms out of bounds. Good job there by Devin Brown, shielding that one into the bench to prevent Favors from having a second chance opportunity. 12:59 to play. Opening half, Davidson will inbound from all the way in the corner along the far sideline across the way. They get it into Hurlbert, and now it's Koval who will work it across the timeline. Koval, a redshirt freshman, and made his first career start on Monday night. Brown up top to Adam, who knocked down 5 threes for the Cats on Monday. Hurlbert surveys, back up top for Blooms. Davidson now operates with 8 on the shot clock. Working it around the perimeter. Adam now with it, off to Brown. 2 to shoot, now 1. Brown drives, scoops it up. They wave it off, no good. It's a shot clock violation. Devin Brown exploding to the rim. And I think the referees might be looking at this one. The near side official, Darren George, immediately waved it off. I must say, watching it live, I thought he got it off in time. And the referees are going to go and consult the DV Sport replay monitor across the way. Cougar Nation, each time you bring your Toyota vehicle to be serviced at a local and participating Toyota dealership, you can receive a premium Washington State giveaway item as a member of the Toyota Rewards Program. To join the program, visit wsucougars.com/Toyota Rewards. Wildcats scored the first 9 points of this ball game, and they lead 14-4. And they do confirm the shot clock violation. So no basket. Devin Brown did not get it off in time. And it will be Cougar basketball, baseline left, going the length of the floor. Yalaho will toss it in. And Jerome Morton, the transfer from Morehead State, works it left to right across the timeline. Dressed in crimson today on the road. Okafor a touch just outside the left side of the lane. Backing his way in. Muscles his way to the rim. Scoops it home with the left hand. Tough take there for Andy Okafor. And there's the physicality we surmised that the Cougs would have the edge on in the pregame show. Underneath, it's Adam trapped along the baseline, and he throws it away right into the Cougar bench. And so the Cougars get a score, now a stop, and they're down by 8 with 12:02 to play in the first half from Davidson. Morton from Lexington, Kentucky, was the number 2 player in the state out of high school. George Rogers Clark High. Okafor going to work again, banging bodies inside, turns, hooks, this time left it short, battle for the rebound, and an offensive foul will go against Simon Hildebrandt, who just checked into the ball game. Well, Okafor went right at Sean Logan. That is 6'10", 250 against 6'10", 240. It'll be a fun matchup to watch throughout the night. First, we've got a timeout, though. It's the Wildcats 14 and the Cougars 6 with 11:43 to play. And our opening half from Davidson. We're back after this word from your local station. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougars Sports Network.
Play, stay, get away at Clearwater River Casino in Lewiston, Idaho. Owned and operated by the Nez Perce Tribe. Experience Namipu hospitality with 600 gaming machines, comfortable lodging, dining, and sports bar. Excitement is everywhere. The region's premier destination for events and entertainment. Win big with unforgettable concerts, comedy shows, and live sports action. Discover your next play, stay, get away. Visit crcasino.com and start your adventure today.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. The RAV4 has legendary versatility. The Grand Highlander's adult-sized third row is for real. And the Tacoma's wild side comes standard. From job sites to campsites and game nights, there's an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive Toyota to get you there in style. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Hi, I'm Andre Gabriel.
I'm Dara Peters.
And I'm Tasia Sniffen. We're cheerleaders on the WC Spirit Squad.
Meet Krista Gross, the realtor who supports students like us with NIL sponsorships and resources to help us succeed.
She's dedicated, relentless, and always puts her clients first, just like a true Coug.
With award-winning service and a passion for helping people, Krista is the ultimate coach for home buyers and sellers.
Support her because she supports us. You can find her online at KristaGross.com. That's Krista with a K, KristaGross.com.
Go Coug!
Davidson 14, Washington State 6 with 11 minutes and 43 seconds to play before intermission. Tough shooting start for the Cougs here tonight on the road. 3 of 14 from the field. That's just 21%. And they have missed all 5 three-point attempts. In their opener against Idaho, they went just 6 of 26, 21% from downtown. That after a season ago shooting a very good 36% from long range. Case Wynot into the ball game for the first time. 6'6" sophomore from Lapwai, Idaho. Davidson basketball out of the timeout. They'll work against full court pressure once again. Koval up the far sideline. Now to Brown at the center circle. He'll clear that center stripe and work into the front court. Davidson picked 11th this season in the A10 preseason poll. Cougs picked 6th in the WCC preseason predictions. Deep three, Brown, he rattles that one down. And Devin Brown joins the three-point barrage early for the Wildcats. Third make in the opening 8 minutes and change. Morton front court right, crossover dribble into Okafor. Pops it right back out to Morton. He'll drive, skip pass out high, rotate it left wing. And stepping on the sideline was Thrasterson. He was trying to catch and go, and as he tried to kick that one into gear, his rear foot hit the far chalk. 11:01 to play opening half. 17-6, Wildcats ahead here on their home floor. Koval burst of speed into the front court. Hip high dribble left hand. Handoff goes to Logan. Little two-man game. Logan the catch down low, working against Okafor. Reverse layup is up and good, and that's a really good move by Sean Logan. Fourth-year Wildcat was able to use the rim as a defender and keep the shot-blocking Okafor away from his ability to contest. Same matchup at the other end. Okafor backing in. Now gives way to Morton. He'll drive left side of the lane, put on the brakes, reverse middle, float it up and drop it in. Good take from Morton. Very patient there. Started left, then middle, switched hands and dropped it home. 19-8 Wildcats, 10-15 to play. First half from Davidson. Logan double clutch three, or rather Adam, I should say, double clutch three for the Wildcats, and he drew contact and a foul, and he will be shooting three. Hunter Adam, who knocked down 5 triples in the victory over DeSales on Monday, will have a chance to get 3 points at the free throw line. Davidson, as a team last season, shot a very strong 75% at the free throw line. And the first one here from Adam is up and good. Redshirt junior out of Christchurch, New Zealand. Both of these teams with some international flavor. 8 internationals for the Cougs, 5 for the Cats. Second free throw good as well. And Davidson will make a couple of changes. Hurlburt back in. And Sam Brown as well. No relation between Sam and Devin Brown, but both in the rotation for this Davidson team. Third free throw is up, and he got all 3. Hunter Adam, 3 of 3 at the line, and he'll now check out in favor of Parker Fredrickson. Wildcats now lead 22-8 with 10:10 to play in the first half. Morton into the front court, jogging to the left wing, right in front of Davidson head coach Matt McKillop. Rotated around the perimeter. Why not? Gives up his bounce. Try to feed a pass inside. Too hot to handle for Upo. And they turn it over. In transition, Brown puts his head down, leans in. Kick out past corner. Adam a 3. That's good. Hunter Adam knocks down the triple. And for the second time in this opening half, David Riley takes time. The Wildcats started on a 9-0 scoring run to open the ball game, and they now are streaking once again. 25-8, Davidson on top of Washington State with 9 minutes and 46 seconds to play in this opening period. Coors Light Mountain Cold Refreshment, choose chill, official partner of Washington State Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Cougs back at home for 2 next week on Monday at 6:30 against St. Thomas. The Tommies out of Minnesota, and then the much-anticipated matchup with Washington. Trying to get back on track here first on the road in Belk Arena, where, again, it's been a tough night shooting the basketball for the Cougs, and unfortunately, much the opposite for Davidson. Wildcats, 8 of 12 shooting, 3 of 7 from long range, 3 of 3 at the free throw line. They're also now out rebounding the Cougs, 8-7. Meanwhile, Washington State, 4 of 10 from 2-point range, 0 of 5 from 3, and they've not gotten to the free throw line. And that was something that really helped them back into the game against Idaho on Monday night. They got to the free throw line 34 times against the Vandals and made 25. So we'll see what adjustments David Riley is able to make out of this second coach's called timeout of the opening half. And you only get to use or lose one of those timeouts. So this is a second half timeout essentially that does not carry over, but he had to take it the way the Wildcats had seized control of this game. Cougs basketball out of the timeout, 25-8 with the clock ticking now. Under 10 minutes to play in the opening half. Rodriguez off the bounce, tried to kick it out, lost the basketball, threw it away. Right to Fredrickson, who gave it right back. Yalaho's picked his pocket at center court, coast to coast. Yalaho couldn't finish, and Fredrickson able to scoop it off the glass. Missed opportunity there, quite frankly, for both teams. And now Davidson back in possession, working right to left into the front court. Up top, Fredrickson, the Wake Forest transfer, about an hour up the road in Winston-Salem. gave up his bounce left wing. Out high it goes for Devin Brown. A touch for Hurlburt. Skip pass cross court, deep three, Brown. That's off the mark, no good. Sam Brown that time on the triple try, and the rebound pulled in by Ugbo. Cougs left to right into the front court, dressed in crimson here today on the road, looking to build on a 19-win campaign last season in David Riley's first year. And a travel, another turnover for Rodriguez as he went to make his move on the left wing. There have been several long closeouts from the Wildcat defense that should be advantage WSU, but instead have resulted in turnovers. 5 giveaways, now 6 rather, for Washington State in this opening half. They had just 5 total in the 40 minutes of play on Monday night. 25-8 the score, with the Wildcats leading the Cougs. Brown will come and catch in the backcourt. Sam Brown, the second-team all-conference selection at Penn 2 years ago. Up top, Hurlburt shuffles a pass outside, nearly stolen. Why not went for the steal. Davidson keeps possession. Brown steps in front of the defense and knocks down a 15-footer. Why not? The deep closeout. And Davidson saw it coming, and they were able to knock down that long two to extend the lead now to 27-8. Why not? Deep three, swirls out, no good. Tipped on the rebound. Offensive board for Yalaho, and a fresh 20 for the Cougs. 8:05 to play in this opening half. Ugbo down low, pumps, goes up, and scores it off the window. Ugbo with his second bucket of the opening half. And it's now a 27-10 ball game in this opening period. Brown straight on three, NBA range, banks it home. Devin Brown from distance knocks down his second three of the first half. It's now a 20-point lead for Davidson. Right wing, Yalaho. That's no good off the heel on a three-point attempt. One and done for the Cougs as we tick beneath 8 minutes to play. Media stoppage at the next whistle. Kick out pass, Brown left corner, heat check three, no good. Glass the rebound as he tight ropes the end line to stay in bounds. 5-on-4 for the Cougs, and they lose the basketball. Yalaho turned it over, got caught up in the air, and they were unable to take advantage of that 5-on-4 transition opportunity. Davidson basketball ahead by 20. Cougs got a 16-point deficit down to as little as 2 in Monday's loss to Idaho. Yalaho knocks the basketball free from Fredrickson. He tried to save it to Brown, tipped away, and here comes Thrasterson in transition. Crossover dribble, top of the key. Push pass left wing. Glass, fire a pass inside. Yalaho missed the bunny, and the rebound for Fredrickson, and he looks to go on the break. Slows it down near the mid-court stripe as the Cougs do a nice job getting back on defense, but boy, they have missed several good looks near the rim. Fredrickson around the screen, hit Scovins on the pop. Brown, Devin Brown coming around the curl. He'll get down a hill, tried to lay it off inside for Scovins, tipped and intercepted. Good job there by the Cougs to create the turnover. 6:15 to play before intermission. 30-10 Wildcats. Ugbo, right wing triple try. Off the knuckle, no good, and a rebounding foul called underneath. And I believe that's going to go against Washington State. We've got a timeout on the floor with 6 minutes and 8 seconds remaining in our opening half from Belk Arena. It's the Wildcats 30 and the Cougars 10. And we'll be back in a moment. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougars Sports Network.
As proud Cougs, we always find our way back home. At McVeigh Brothers, we want to help all Cougs improve the value of your home. Hello, I'm Mike McVeigh from McVeigh Brothers Roofing, Siding, and Windows, a proud supporter of Cougar Athletics. The team of professionals at McVeigh Brothers take great pride in helping our customers remodel their homes with new entry doors, rain gutters, siding, roofing, and windows. At McVeigh Brothers, we're working for you.
Download the WSU Cougars mobile app today, which features the latest news. Plus, it's your way to stream all of our Cougar Sports Network radio broadcasts. Listen to Cougar football, volleyball, men's and women's basketball, baseball game broadcast, plus coaches shows, all for free with WSU Cougars Game Day app. Take our broadcast with you wherever you go. Available now by searching WSU Cougars Game Day in the Apple App Store or Google Play.
RV buyers, it's a fact. Jayco builds America's best-selling models with superior engineering, Amish craftsmanship, and the best in the business warranty. Valley RV Supercenter is America's top volume Jayco store because they make them affordable. For comfort and reliability, there's no better choice than Jayco. And for a great buy, there's no better choice than Valley RV Supercenter. Stop by and see them in Kent and check out their full Jayco lineup. Or visit ValleyRVSupercenter.com, where journeys begin.
Matt Present back with you from Belk Arena at Davidson, filling in for Chris King and Craig Elo here today, and it's not been a good start for the Cougars in their first road test of the 2025-26 season. They're down by 20 right now, 30-20 to Dave, or 30-10, I should say, to Davidson in the first ever meeting between these two programs. Davidson yet to trail this season. Cougs have yet to lead. They try to reverse their fortune here in the early stages of the 2025-2026 campaign. Parker Garrett's into the ballgame for the first time. Redshirt sophomore from Olympia, Washington. As David Riley is now gone 11 deep here in the opening half of play. Wildcat basketball in the backcourt as they work from right to left as we view it. Robert Blooms will get it across the timeline with the help of a screen. Logan, who set the pick, swings it to the right wing for Joseph. Up top, Davidson with that motion offense. They work it quickly around. A lot of passing, a lot of back cuts. Bloom hesitates on a three, steps in, takes a two, knocks it down. This Davidson Wildcat shooting attack is sizzling. 65% from the field in the opening 15 minutes. Off a screen, pull-up jumper for Vavers. It rattles around, falls out. Battle for the rebound. Okafor able to track it down along the end line. Glass out high with it. Fresh 20. Trying to go to work. Spinning at the free throw line. Dump it down low. Vavers pumps. Goes up. Got his shot blocked inside by Logan. Washington State stays with it. Garrett's able to save it. 5 on the timer. Garrett's for 3. That's off the left iron. No good. 0 of 9 now from long range for Washington State. And Davidson with the rebound. Off the bounce. Koval attacks the rim. Kick out pass. Blooms off target. Able to save it, but Garrett's picks the pocket. He'll go in, rise up, and lay it in with the right hand. There's a transition opportunity for Garrett's to get his first bucket of the ball game. Didn't score in the opener on Monday. And Garrett's the second generation, a guy whose entire family went to Washington State, able to get the bucket here. It's a 20-point game again, 32-12 with 4:35 to play opening half. Blooms to Koval, and before he got off a three, a whistle came from off ball. And a foul called on the defensive end of the floor against Washington State. Didn't quite see who they got on that one, but it comes on the floor. 4th team foul against the Cougars. Davidson with just 1. Inbound to Logan, working around Joseph's top of the key. Bluffs it past left wing. Koval will come and get it as Glass tried to jump it. Koval bluffs it 3. Free throw line jumper for Scovins. That hits the heel, falls off, and the rebound for the Cougs. Left to right goes WSU here. Off to Okafor. Rises up. Got blocked away inside by Logan. As the 6'10 Davidson center came chasing down from behind to swat the Okafor right-handed floater. It'll stay Washington State basketball baseline right. Quickly into Yalaho. He's double-teamed on the right wing. Got rid of it to Garrett. High pass reeled in by Thrasterson at center court. 17 to shoot. Thrasterson drives. Got caught at the A10 logo. Dump it down low. Yalaho. They double-team him immediately. Glass along to left wing. That rattles down. And the freshman, Ace Glass, gets it to go for his first bucket of the game. Aaron Glass III from Rialto, California. Under 4 minutes to play in the opening half. Media stoppage will come at the next whistle. Logan at the right elbow. Bounce feed to a cutting. Koval lays it in. Nicely done, and that's something Davidson in this offense. That is a hallmark for them to get the big extended, turn him into a passer, and Logan delivered it there. And then on the other end, Logan blocks a pass intended on the lob for Okafor, but fortunately it bounces right to Yalaho, who's able to drop it in. 34-16, Wildcats leading the Cougars with 3:12 to play in the first half. Logan once again out high. Blooms a deep three, and that's good. Robert Blooms, the latest Wildcat to connect from long range. They've made 6 triples in this opening half and lead now 37-16. Thrasterson nearly lost the basketball. It ricochets out of bounds. Last touch by the Wildcats. And so it will be Cougar basketball when we come back. But first, the timeout with the score. It's Davidson 37, Washington State 16, with 2 minutes and 54 seconds to play in our opening half. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougars Sports Network.
For nearly 100 years, Adams Tractor has helped the Northwest knock out to-do list one tough job at a time. As your local Kubota dealer in Spokane and Lewiston, we're proud to back Washington State athletics with the same grit we bring to every yard, field, and job site. From mowing to digging to plowing, Kubota delivers, and so do we. Visit AdamsTractor.com. Adams Tractor, nearly a century strong, powered by Kubota, fueled by Coug pride.
Hey, Thanksgiving turkey here. You know, the early bird, the harbinger of the holidays. Or at least I used to be. Until Northern Quest dropped this holiday Head Start giveaway on me. Now they're stealing the show with $60,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs before I can become a leftover sandwich. Whatever. Enjoy your $60,000. The holiday Head Start at Northern Quest. Play daily to enter. Earn 4 times entries every Tuesday. Grand prize drawing November 30th.
Brown family honors the legacy of founder Andrew Brown's late grandfather, William Bittner Brown. Every decision made from farm to glass reflects their commitment to premium Northwest wine and spirits. Whether you're visiting one of Brown's tasting rooms or opening a bottle in your own home, Andrew and his wife, Courtney, welcome you to their extended family where good friends, good food and wine, and good times are always on the agenda. Stop by one of our tasting rooms, Spokane, Walla Walla, Seattle, Bellevue, Tacoma, or Portland, and get 20% off a glass this season when you mention WSU.
Back with you at Belk Arena. Wildcats have led since the onset. They scored the first 9 in this ball game. They had a couple big runs to this point, and right now lead by 21. 37-16 with 2 minutes and 54 seconds separating us for intermission. Stay tuned. Austin Samuels will have our halftime coverage with a recap of the first half, stats, highlights, a check of the scoreboard as well. And then we'll get set for half number 2 here at Belk Arena. Cougs basketball out of the timeout. Thrasterson will inbound from the near sideline. Morton boxing out to be able to come and catch in the backcourt, and he'll now race back across the timeline. Thrasterson, point right surveys. Up top it goes for Ugbo. Back to Thrasterson. Davidson really active defensively. Thrasterson shut off right of the lane. Swing it around the perimeter. Garrett's bounce feed. Ugbo. 3 seconds now, 2. 1 second. Turnaround. High arcing jumper. Rattles around and drops. Ugbo with the shot clock dwindling. Able to get it to go from 14 feet out. That's not necessarily his bread and butter, but forced to take the shot. He knocks it down. 37-18 with 2 minutes and 15 seconds to play before intermission. Koval to Holbert out high. Holbert, left-handed dribble, skips on a pass, gets it stripped and stolen. Morton in transition, one-on-one with a trailing Ugbo to the rim. He got bumped and fouled from behind. The shot doesn't go, but Ugbo will be at the free throw line shooting 2. Foul goes against Holbert, his first, just the second team foul. It's been a relatively foul-free first half. Ugbo, a 78% free throw shooter last season, good on the first. He went 5 of 7 at the free throw line to help him match a career high with 17 points against Idaho on Monday. Transfer from Boise State, joined the team in the spring of 24, misses on the second, and the rebound for the Wildcats with 2 minutes to play in the opening half. Davidson 37, Washington State 19. Cougs trapped near the backcourt, and then a bump and a foul along the far sideline. Ugbo bumped Sam Brown, who retreated to receive the pass. Matt McKillop, Davidson Wildcat coach, to center court, barking instructions. One thing that has carried over from his dad's tenure is that all of the coaches, even in this era of college basketball, they all are still suit and tie guys. Out high, Sam Brown with it. Passes off to the right briefly. Koval right back to Brown. Washington State matching up defensively. Brown steps back, thought about a three, doesn't take it. Adam Will, point left, it's good. Davidson continues to drop them home from outside the arc. They've now made 7 first half triples. 21 of the 40 points the Wildcats have scored in the opening 18 and a half minutes have come from outside the arc. Hildebrandt, a rebuttal three, that's good. And Simon Hildebrandt into the scorebook for the first time today. The High Point transfer, who shot 34% from outside the arc a season ago, just up the road, about an hour and a half away. Brown working against Ugbo, forced to give it up outside. Holbert hounded by Garrett's defensively. 60 seconds to go in the first half. Joseph with it, rotated around the perimeter. 10 on the timer now. Holbert, dribble handoff to Adam. Bluffs a three. Kick out past Brown near the center circle. 4 seconds, 30-foot shot. That's too strong. And the rebound pulled in by Thrasterson. 42 seconds to go. Cougs chasing an 18-point deficit with 38 seconds to play. Ugbo surveys out high. Hands to Morton between the legs with the dribble. Crosses over, spins his way to the free throw line. Leans into a floater. That's no good. It swirls out. Davidson with the rebound, and they can hold for the final shot of this opening half. Matt McKillop still does have his use it or lose it timeout. Cougars try to swipe away, and they knock the pass free as Brown elevated, and it's knocked away in the backcourt. It will stay with the Cougars, who will inbound underneath their attacking basket with 11.8 seconds to play in this opening half. Well, Brown made a mistake. He left his feet there to make the pass, and the Cougs all over it, blitzed the passing lane and knocked it into the backcourt, and were able to save possession. And not only that, they called a foul. I missed that initially, but Ugbo was fouled, and so he's at the free throw line now, shooting 2. First one is up and good. 8 points for Emmanuel Ugbo here in this opening half to lead the way on the score sheet for the Cougs. One more coming at the free throw line. Foul one against Nick Koval, his second. Team's third. Second free throw is good with a swish. So Ugbo with 9 points, and now full court pressure picked up by the Cougs. 10 seconds. Sam Brown into the front court on the far sideline, and it's batted away. Garrett's reached in and swiped from behind and sends that basketball flying over the end line. It will stay with the Wildcats with 5.3 seconds remaining. And now a timeout taken by Matt McKillop. I don't know if that was supposed to be an intentional foul or simply it was Garrett's going for the steal, because they do have a couple fouls to give.
I would think so too, right?
Washington State at 5 team fouls here in the first half, so they could commit one intentionally with 5.3 seconds and still stay out of the bonus and force Davidson to inbound the basketball one more time. We'll see if David Riley decides to go in that direction here in his second season in Pullman. Previously in Eastern Washington, where he was named back-to-back Big Sky Coach of the Year. And he mentioned it during his time there as an assistant prior to getting the head job. They took some things out of this Davidson Wildcat playbook during his time in Eastern Washington. 5.3 seconds left. For what it's worth, the possession arrow does favor the Cougs. Davidson will inbound all the way in the corner along the left baseline, and they cannot run the baseline here. It's a spot inbound. 5.3 seconds until intermission. Devin Brown to trigger. Fredrickson racing into the backcourt. Brown tried to bounce pass it in, and it's kicked back in his face by Okafor. And 0.2 of a second come off the clock. So now 5.1 seconds left. Still Davidson basketball as Okafor kicked it out of play on the inbounds. Okafor still guarding Devin Brown. Davidson sets the play in motion. Quick trigger 3, and Fredrickson stepped on the sideline. Parker Fredrickson tried to get it off before the buzzer on a catch and shoot. He had plenty of time. He had 5 seconds, but it was a catch and shoot 3 drawn up on the inbound, and he stepped on the sideline as he caught it. David Riley now going offense, defense. Okafor out, and Simon Hildebrandt in. Garrett's will inbound in the backcourt. 4.2 seconds left until intermission. 40-24. Davidson ahead. Morton races across the timeline. Got it off in time on a 3. Missed it short as it grazes the bottom of the net. And we go into halftime with the Cougars down 16, 40-24. Austin Samuels will anchor our halftime coverage from back inside our network studios. Cougars chasing 16 at intermission as we step aside. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougars Sports Network.
Get game day ready at Rosars. Rosars is a proud sponsor of WSU Athletics and your headquarters for keeping snacks stocked up for game time. You'll find the largest craft beer selection, local and imported wines, and all the makings for your favorite cocktails. And while you're there, stock up on your favorite deli snacks, pizza, rotisserie chickens, and ribs. Don't just watch the game, experience it with your favorite game time foods. Get game day ready at Rosars.
Around here, it's all or nothing. That's why Toyota has more all-wheel drive choices. Now through December 1st, get 4.99 APR financing on new 26 Corollas. Includes hybrids, excludes GR and Corolla Cross. Or lease a 26 Corolla LE Gas for $219 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Play, stay, get away at Clearwater River Casino in Lewiston, Idaho. Owned and operated by the Nez Perce Tribe. Experience Namipu hospitality with 600 gaming machines, comfortable lodging, dining, and sports bar. Excitement is everywhere. The region's premier destination for events and entertainment. Win big with unforgettable concerts, comedy shows, and live sports action. Discover your next play, stay, get away. Visit crcasino.com and start your adventure today.
Your audio home for all things Cougar Athletics is the Washington State Cougar Podcast Channel. Just search for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to follow and subscribe to the official podcast home of the Cougs. Hear our original WSU Athletics podcast, plus replays from the Cougar Sports Network, including football pregame and postgame show coverage, full football game broadcast, and coaches shows. Find it all by searching for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to start listening today. 20 minutes are in the books. Coming up, a first half recap, a look at the stats, plus scores from across college basketball. Now, it's time for the halftime report on the Cougar Sports Network.
Washington State looking for their first win of the season, and So far, not so good for the Cougs, trailing 40-24 at the half to the Davidson Wildcats. These two teams have never squared off in either program's history. Austin Samuels with you here at the break. A 16-point lead for the Davidson Wildcats, and they got off to a quick start early, a 9-0 run for the Wildcats out the gate. Sam Brown accounted for 7 straight points. 12-2, Davidson led at the first media timeout. Later on in the half, Davidson would extend their lead with efficient offense and hot shooting, leading 25-8 with just under 10 to play in the first half. The Cougs did have some positive momentum late in the half. However, they had not hit a three, and they were trailing by 21 before they finally got a spark from downtown from Simon Hildebrandt.
18.5 minutes have come from outside the arc. Hildebrandt, a rebuttal three, that's good. And Simon Hildebrandt into the scorebook for the first time today.
That put the Cougs down by 18, 40-22 with about a minute to play in the half, but the hot shooting continued for Davidson. They closed the half on a positive note. The Wildcats knocked down 7 triples in the first half, and they lead at 40-24 at the halftime break over the Cougs. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll check some scores from around college basketball. Again, a 16-point lead for Davidson. Austin Samuels with you here at the break. You're listening to Washington State Basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories is a high-tech global company headquartered in Pullman, Washington, with a mission of making electric power safer, more reliable, and more economical. At SEL, employees enjoy working in a fast-paced, innovative environment while enjoying the many benefits of living on the Palouse. SEL is seeking engineers for paid internships and full-time positions. Apply to join the growing SEL team today at selinc.com/careers.
Whether you're cleaning up to host a backyard game day party or just powering through your fall projects, you can count on the performance of Steel. From blowers to chainsaws, Steel tools are built to go the distance. With legendary quality and real dealer support, you'll find the right tool and the right team for every job. Steel, proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. The RAV4 has legendary versatility. The Grand Highlander's adult-sized third row is for real. And the Tacoma's wild side comes standard. From job sites to campsites and game nights, there's an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive Toyota to get you there in style. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Time now to check scores from across college basketball. Brought to you by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly.
At the break, Washington State trailing Davidson 40-24 in Davidson, North Carolina. The Cougs will need to mount a big comeback in the second half to make this thing interesting. Austin Samuels with you here at the break. Let's check some scores, what's going on around college basketball. First of all, the Washington State women still looking for their first win. They are 0-2 after a loss on Wednesday night in Las Vegas to UNLV. They'll be back in action tomorrow afternoon against Southern Utah in Cedar City. Tip-off is at 1 o'clock Pacific time. A handful of games going on in the WCC tonight, but none of them are live. Washington State the only game in action right now, so we'll give you some updates on those scores in the post-game show. Washington State will be back in action on Monday. They'll face St. Thomas at home in Beasley Coliseum. The Tommies are 0-1 on the year after a loss to St. Mary's. They'll play tomorrow at home against Army on Saturday afternoon. St. Thomas picked to win the Summit League in the preseason poll. Again, the Cougs trailing 40-24 over Davidson here at the break. When we come back, we'll take a look at the most important first half stats. The Cougs down by 16, looking for a big-time comeback on the road. You're listening to Washington State Basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
For nearly 100 years, Adams Tractor has helped the Northwest knock out to-do list one tough job at a time. As your local Kubota dealer in Spokane and Lewiston, we're proud to back Washington State athletics with the same grit we bring to every yard, field, and job site. From mowing to digging to plowing, Kubota delivers, and so do we. Visit AdamsTractor.com. Adams Tractor, nearly a century strong, powered by Kubota, fueled by Coug pride.
Download the WSU Cougars mobile app today, which features the latest news. Plus, it's your way to stream all of our Cougar Sports Network radio broadcasts. Listen to Cougar football, volleyball, men's and women's basketball, baseball game broadcast, plus coaches shows, all for free with WSU Cougars Game Day app. Take our broadcast with you wherever you go. Available now by searching WSU Cougars Game Day in the Apple App Store or Google Play.
Get game day ready at Rosars. Rosars is a proud sponsor of WSU Athletics and your headquarters for keeping snacks stocked up for game time. You'll find the largest craft beer selection, local and imported wines, and all the makings for your favorite cocktails. And while you're there, stock up on your favorite deli snacks, pizza, rotisserie chickens, and ribs. Don't just watch the game, experience it with your favorite game time foods. Get game day ready at Rosars.
Hampton and Pullman is just a short drive from the Wazoo campus. They've got you covered for all your lodging and dining needs with the new addition of their on-site bar and restaurant, Crimson Bar and Bites. You will feel right at home with their spacious rooms, famous Hampton waffles, cozy outdoor patios, Cougar gift shop, and the friendliest staff in town. Visit HamptonbyHilton.com to reserve a room for your next trip to the Palouse. Coug owned and Coug managed. It matters where you stay. Hampton and Pullman. Hilton for the stay.
40-24, Davidson on top of Washington State. Here at the break, Cougs looking for a big-time comeback, trailing by 16. And looking at these first-half numbers, really dominant across the board for Davidson on the offensive side. They shot at 15 for 23 from the field, good enough for 65%, 7 for 14 from downtown, and even 50% for the Wildcats, and 3 for 3 at the Charity Stripe. Different story for Washington State. Slow start offensively, 10 for 32 from the field, good enough for 31%. Cougs went 1 for 11. They got their first and only 3 of the half, late in the half, from Simon Hildebrand off the bench, and they went 3 of 4 at the Charity Stripe. Both teams fairly loose with the basketball in that first half. Washington State 7 turnovers offensively, Davidson with 10 at the break. Fairly even on the glass as well. The Wildcats with 16 rebounds to Washington State's 15, but the Cougs do have 7 offensive boards, leading to a couple of second chance opportunities. For Washington State, 8 players scored in that first half, led by Emmanuel Ugbo, who had 9 points on 3 of 6 shooting from the field and 3 of 4 from the Charity Stripe. He also had 4 rebounds. For Davidson, a well-rounded effort for the Wildcats. 9 players scored in that first half. 9 points from Sam Brown, who shot 4 of 7 from the field in the first half, along with 3 assists. And Hunter Adam off the bench, 9 points for him. He knocked down 2 triples, 2 of the 7 for Davidson in that first half. And the Wildcats lead 40-24 over Washington State. The Cougs will try and mount a big-time comeback in the second half. Austin Samuels with you here. We'll take another break. When we come back, we'll send it back to the floor in Davidson, North Carolina. Matt President will take it away for the second half, 40-24, the halftime score. Davidson on top of Washington State. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
Hey, Thanksgiving turkey here. You know, the early bird, the harbinger of the holidays. Or at least I used to be. Until Northern Quest dropped this holiday Head Start giveaway on me. Now they're stealing the show with $60,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs before I can become a leftover sandwich. Whatever. Enjoy your $60,000. The holiday Head Start at Northern Quest. Play daily to enter. Earn 4 times entries every Tuesday. Grand prize drawing November 30th.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. Rural communities face unique healthcare challenges. By providing hands-on opportunities for WSU students in health sciences, nursing, pharmacy, and the Elson Floyd College of Medicine, Pullman Regional Hospital is helping to shape the future of local healthcare. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State. partners in excellence.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Okay, text from the wedding planner. She's talking about a cake pop mural.
Exciting.
Ooh, it's $8,000.
Oh.
I don't know, we're trying to save for a house.
Well, you only get married once. Or twice. 3 times tops.
There's a lot of bad money advice out there. For knowledge you can trust, come to Giza Credit Union. Whether it's saving for the wedding or everything that comes after, we can help get you where you want to be. Find a healthier approach to money at Giza.
Getting ready for the second half here in Davidson. Wildcats on top of the Cougs 40-24. We'll break down a little bit more of what transpired here in that first half in just a moment. But first, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougars Sports Network.
Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
Along with Austin Samuels and Zane Sazo and Mark Miller, our engineer, I'm Matt President. Back with you from Belk Arena in Davidson. 40-24 Wildcats leading the Cougars at the break. Time now for the second half. Keys to the game brought to you by Coors Light. And it's pretty simple. It's three-point shooting. Right now, the Cougs just 1 of 11 from long range. The Wildcats, by contrast, 7 of 14. So that's 6 additional makes from beyond the arc. That math adds up to 18 points. The deficit right now is 16. So make some more threes on one end and limit them on the other. Coors Light, Mountain Cold Refreshment, choose chill, and celebrate responsibly. We'll see what other adjustments David Riley and company are able to make here at intermission. Emmanuel Ugbo, 9 points for Washington State in that opening half. No one else had more than 3. He goes 11 deep. 8 different players score for Washington State, but nobody had a whole lot of luck shooting the basketball. Bunch of guys, 1 of 3, 1 of 4, 1 of 5. There just was not a lot of rhythm and consistency, and both teams played some full court defense at times there in the opening half. As Austin mentioned, there was a certain degree of looseness with the basketball. 17 combined first half turnovers, but just not a ton of rhythm offensively. And I think in particular, to have a guy like Ndie Okafor today stay out of foul trouble. He's been out there. He's been backing guys down. The Cougs need him to finish here in the second half. Washington State will have the basketball to begin half number 2, working from right to left here on Bob McKillop Court. Morton has it out high. Bounce feed to Okafor, top of the key, working against Logan. Shuffles it off to Thrasterson, whose brother played here at Davidson. He'll take it hard to the rim. Layup swirls out, but he got fouled. And Tomas Thrasterson will head to the free throw line. And certainly that was a big part of the Cougs' comeback on Monday night when they attempted 34 free throws on the Palouse. And they'll try to do the same here today and have the clock stopped and get some points on the board to aid that comeback effort. First free throw is up and good. Thrasterson, a WCC all-freshman team selection last season when he scored 4.5 points per game on 41% three-point shooting. Swirls out the second free throw. 1 of 2 at the stripe. Foul one against Sean Logan, and that is his first. And now a whistle on the other end as the ball's knocked out of play, and it will stay with Davidson across the way. 19:38 to play second half. Cougs down 15. Josis to inbound. Bluffs it past, then gets it into Fredrickson. Crossover dribble out high on the left. Works his way in between the circles, and his pocket is picked by Garrett. In transition, and he'll go up with 2 hands and hammer it home. Garrett's the steal and the throwdown. In the first half, he did the same, went with the layup. This time, rises up to Duncan. 40-27. Backing in, turnaround hook shot. That's good by Scovins, and a big answer there for the 6'6 junior from Greensboro. 42-27. Davidson ahead. Rasterson on the far wing, and a whistle off the ball. It's an offensive foul on Okafor for discarding Logan on the post-up. First foul on Okafor. We told you pregame he picked up 3 fouls in the first half on Monday. Ultimately fouled out in less than 15 minutes of action. Sam Brown zigzags into the front court. Crossover dribble high in the right. Works his way towards the top of the key. Push pass right wing Scovins. Now to Fredrickson on the right wing. Looking for an entry pass. Finds Logan on the bounce. Turns to face. Backing in. Mismatch against Morton. Turns. Hooks. Scores it with the foul. Washington State got caught in a switch, I believe, defensively, because you had the 6'4 Morton guarding the 6'10", 240-pound Sean Logan. And there's not a whole lot that Morton could do defensively. And Logan now at the free throw line trying to cap the three-point play. He does. So just as it looked like the Cougars might be clawing their way back into it, a big three-point play at the other end. Morton inside-out dribble. Works his way to the left elbow. Peels back outside. Hands to Okafor. Morton gets it back. Feed a pass inside. Okafor catches, turns, and missed another bunny. Whistle and a foul called on the rebound, and that will be free throws coming, it looks like, for the Cougs. They got Joseph on the personal, on the putback effort. And it'll be Okafor at the line. So he missed the initial look, and as he tried to go back up for it, got contacted and fouled. First free throw is on its way, and that rattles home. Okafor, born in Lagos, Nigeria. His family moved to Ireland when he was a year old, and then took off to play basketball at age 15. First in Canada, then in Latin America at the NBA Global Academy. Makes the second free throw. And now out on the Palouse. 45-29. Wildcats lead the Cougars with 100 seconds gone by here in the second half. Fredrickson. Feed a bounce pass to Scovins, the Army transfer. Gives it up to Joseph. Right back to Scovins. Posted up against Garrett. Scovins spins, baseline, goes up, can't finish. Battle for the rebound. Scovins gets it back. Kick out pass. Fredrickson around and down on the three. Back rim, front rim, and down the hatch. And Fredrickson gets the shooter's touch. Knocking down the 8th three-pointer of the ball game. And now a foul on the other end as the Cougs went right at the paint. And Thrasherson got hacked and fouled on his way to the 10. So he'll be shooting 2. Bends his knees, and the first one is up and good. Thrasherson played for Iceland's U18 national team. Scored 16 points per game to lead the squad. Second free throw is good. Goes 2 of 2 at the line. By the way, the foul one against Manny Joseph, that's his second, both coming here in the second half. Full court pressure picked up by the Cougs on the inbound. They'll back off as Fredrickson works it across the timeline, left to right for the Cats. Hard hedge as he works his way to the left wing around his screen. Now this is Brown. Sam Brown downhill, bluffs his shot, now goes up, swirls it out, but he got fouled. Able to get the defense leaning on the up fake. And Sam Brown will go to the free throw line for 2 shots. Upo commits the personal foul. Brown played his high school ball at Lower Merion High School in Pennsylvania. If that name is familiar, it's the high school at which Kobe Bryant played. Brown setting the all-time three-point record there as he misses the first free throw short. He's the 5th all-time scorer at Lower Merion. Son of former 76ers head coach Brett Brown, who's now an assistant with the Spurs. Second free throw by Sam is good. 49-31, the lead for the Wildcats. 17.5 minutes to play second half. Morton off the bounce, explodes to the rim. Kick out past Ugbo. Three-pointer right wing is short. Offensive rebound, Okafor. Recoil back out front, Morton. Ugbo right wing. Cougs work it around. Thrasterson calling for it. Instead, Ugbo's triple try is good. Off the glass and through. Ugbo using the bank here, straight on with the three, and he's the first Coug into double figures with 12. 49-34, 3 minutes into the second half. Brown spins away at center court, goes to the deck, lost the basketball, and then he tried to kick it free. And what's the call? It should be Cougs basketball as Brown tried to kick it to a teammate. And indeed, it looks like it will be a turnover. Good aggressive defense there from Jerome Morton to initiate that scramble play. Elaho back in, he'll inbound. Hits Morton on the back cut. Got caught up in the air, able to get it to Thrasterson. He'll turn, hook, and score it right inside the restricted area. Thrasterson, a good job to come and catch. And he's got 7 points, 5 since intermission. Cougs aggressive with the full court pressure. Brown nearly turns it over on the inbound pass. Scovin's able to save it. Cougs still with it. Aggressive defense in the backcourt as Glass is hounding Fredrickson as he's able to clear the timeline high on the right. Hard hedge from Okafor. Glass still trying to hound Fredrickson. Gets by him. Slithers down the lane. Mismatch against Okafor. Peels it back outside. Entry pass. Kick out now. Fredrickson a three. Rattles through again. 9 threes for the Wildcats and counting here in the ball game. 52-36 Davidson. 16:07 to play in this second stanza. 8 points for Fredrickson and now a turnover and Davidson takes it away. Cougs unable to get set up offensively as they pass it right to the Wildcats. Rotated around. Brown a left corner three. Devin Brown buries number 10. Brown's third triple of the ball game, and 30 of the 55 points for the Wildcats have come from distance. Answer three by Elaho, his first from downtown today, and a timeout now taken by David Riley as the Cougs try to silence the red-hot Wildcat three-point shooting attack. They are 10 of 17, 59% from outside the arc. That's better than what the Cougs are from two-point range today. We've got a timeout. We'll take it as well with the score. It's the Wildcats 55 and the Cougars 39 with 15:35 to play here in the second half from Davidson. You're listening to Washington State Basketball on the Cougars Sports Network.
Here's the tale of the daily Medfield. Same old pharmacies, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. The RAV4 has legendary versatility. The Grand Highlander's adult-sized third row is for real. And the Tacoma's wild side comes standard. From job sites to campsites and game nights, there's an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive Toyota to get you there in style. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Whether you're cleaning up to host a backyard game day party or just powering through your fall projects, you can count on the performance of Steel. From blowers to chainsaws, Steel tools are built to go the distance. With legendary quality and real dealer support, you'll find the right tool and the right team for every job. Steel, proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars.
Wildcats 55, Cougars 39 with 15:35 to play in the second half from Davidson. The Junior Cougs Kids Club, presented by Toyota, is the official kids club of the Washington State Cougars and is the best way for the youngest members of Cougar Nation to show off their Cougar pride. Find out more information about your Junior Cougs membership perks at wsucougars.com/JRCougs. Davidson basketball out of the timeout, going left to right the length of the floor. Cougs with the full court defensive pressure as Ree Favors has checked back into the ball game. Played a little bit in the first half, first action of the season after missing game one due to injury. Brown right wing, up top Logan, swing it left wing now for Adam, who was productive off the bench in the first half, and now a foul called away from the basketball, and they're going to get Favors, who is tied up with Nick Koval. First foul on Favors, the junior out of Latvia, who missed most of last year with a wrist injury, and finally getting back in the lineup here today. And that whistle will take us to a media timeout because the first media stoppage was a coach's called timeout. So we're back right after this with 15 minutes and 18 seconds to play in our second half. Davidson 55, Washington State 39. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougars Sports Network.
Imagine waking up in a place where spectacular views change every day, where unforgettable memories are made every night, and where the journey is far more fun than your destination. Now stop imagining and go RVing. Coach Walden here for my friends at Valley RV Supercenter in Kent, the Northwest premier Jayco dealer, the affordable RV dealer and proud sponsor of Cougar football. So whether it's a family weekend on the coast, a winter in the desert, or a tailgate party in the Palouse, your journey begins at ValleyRVSupercenter.com.
Your audio home for all things Cougar athletics is the Washington State Cougar Podcast Channel. Just search for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to follow and subscribe to the official podcast home of the Cougs. Hear our original WSU Athletics podcast, plus replays from the Cougar Sports Network, including football pregame and postgame show coverage, full football game broadcast, and coaches shows. Find it all by searching for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to start listening today.
Get game day ready at Rosars. Rosars is a proud sponsor of WSU Athletics and your headquarters for keeping snacks stocked up for game time. You'll find the largest craft beer selection, local and imported wines, and all the makings for your favorite cocktails. And while you're there, stock up on your favorite deli snacks, pizza, rotisserie chickens, and ribs. Don't just watch the game, experience it with your favorite game time foods. Get game day ready at Rosars.
15 minutes, 18 seconds to play. Second half from Davidson with Wildcats leading the Cougars 55-39. Davidson, the home of Steph Curry. His jersey retired in 2022 here. They had a requirement at Davidson that only players who have graduated and completed their degrees could have their jerseys hung up in the rafters. So it was not until Curry went back to school that he was allowed that recognition. Inbounds play, and Adams able to finish off the inbound. Good bounce feed there by Davidson on the entry pass as we resume play. And now a foul on Brown at the other end, as Rasterson went to make a move baseline. Wow, Cougars will inbound baseline left after Brown's first personal. Glass will trigger it in to Hildebrandt, short corner right. He'll spin, distribute top of the key. Yalaho pondered a three, doesn't take it. Glass angle left, trying to free himself from Adam. Top of the key, Yalaho caught up in the air, and a whistle and a foul off the basketball. Yalaho jumped to make a pass and then had to get rid of it at the last second. And Adam hung on to Glass, it appeared, and was tagged with the personal. Mentioned Curry, of course, Klay Thompson, a Coug from 08 through 2011, had his jersey retired in 2020, one of two Cougs all time to have their jersey retired. Yalaho off the inbound, bounce feed inside the Glass, too hot to handle, able to settle it down and come away with it along the baseline. Glass step back three off the heel, no good. And Hildebrandt knocked down on the rebound, no call, as the Wildcats come away with possession. 14:39 to play, second half. 57-39, Wildcats leading the Cougars. Sam Brown, crossover move. Thrasterson doing a good job defensively out high. Now it's Blooms with it. Entry pass Adams, curling, Brown catches, fires, three-pointer rattles out. First time it seems like that they have not gotten the roll today, have the Wildcats. Thrasterson leaning in, kick out past Glass. Freshman enters it in, and a foul called, low block right on the catch by Yalaho. Foul goes against Roberts Blooms. His first. Sixth team foul. That's more than Davidson had the entire first half. Wildcats are a foul away from putting the Cougs into the bonus. Hildebrandt off the inbound. Up top, Thrasterson drives, kicks, nearly turned it over. Glass able to control it, and his drive is blocked away inside by Logan. Here come the Wildcats left to right the other way. Sam Brown puts his head down, drives, and kisses it home off the rim. A dozen for Brown. He's been impressive here today. Good speed at that guard spot, and he can shoot it too. Glass bounces it to the right wing. Favors trying to free himself, gives up his dribble. Shot clock at 14. Cougs reset out high. Thrasterson puts his head down, drives right, and gets bumped and fouled on the way to the rim. And it'll be a 1-and-1 opportunity now for Tomas Thrasterson. Cougs will make a couple changes. Garrett's back in. Rodriguez, who was held scoreless in the first half and didn't play for the first 6.5 minutes in the second, back out there as well. Actually, Garrett's will retreat to the scores table. He'll sub for the shooter, Tomas Thrasterson. Thrasterson, a WCC all-freshman team selection a season ago. Not a great free throw shooter, was 55% last season. Referees are now discussing something. Eric Curry, Leslie Jones, Darren George are officiating crew here today. I think the conversation has to do with whether or not this is a shooting foul. And the announcement over the PA is a 1-and-1 for Hildebrandt out of Winnipeg, Canada, and he hits the first. So I guess it was the wrong shooter, as we were talking a moment ago about Thrasterson being at the line, so it was Hildebrandt. Fouled off ball, second free throw, got them both. So the Cougs trying to claw their way back in it at the free throw line. They're now 10 of 12. It's better than 80% at the stripe. Again, they went 25 of 34 on Monday night as they tried to come back from a 16-point deficit against the Vandals. Ultimately lost 83-81. 13-17 to play. Blooms drives, Banker no, but he was bumped from behind and fouled, and they're going to get Favors, it looks like, who has his palms up in the air, perturbed by that most recent foul call. So Blooms will tie his shoe before attempting these free throws. Won the Latvian League title with his team in 2024. Part of the U16 and U18 national teams, and hits the first free throw. We mentioned it earlier, but it bears repeating how much international flavor there is on both of these rosters as Scovins returns for Logan. The Wildcats, 5 international players. The Cougars with 8 international players on their roster. Second free throw goes down for Blooms. He has got 7 off the bench here today, and it's back to a 20-point advantage for Davidson, 61-41. Rodriguez angle right. Dump it down low. Yalaho banging bodies inside with Adam. Twist, turns, trying to get to his right hand. Hook shot in and out, no good. And the rebound for Bloom. Davidson today clearly has a plan with how they want to deal with Yalaho. They brought the double team in the first half, and here in the second, they're just trying to keep him to his offhand. Adams, right wing for 3. That's good. Hunter Adam with 14 off the bench today on the heels of a career-high 18 in Monday's win over DeSales. 64-41 the score, with Davidson leading the Cougs. Right wing, Yalaho for three, bullseye. Yalaho connects on his second from long range, and it's 64-44 Davidson. 12:18 to play second half. Sam Brown drives, fades away from 8, too strong off the back iron. Offensive rebound, Scovins couldn't finish, and Hildebrandt rips it away on the second chance opportunity. Garrett's in the front court, skips on a handoff out high, peels it to the right wing. Rodriguez swing it left wing now. This is Favors dribbling, right hand extended. 16 on the shot clock. Rodriguez slithering down the lane, pull-up floater is good off the window. Good body control there from Rodriguez, who finally gets into the scorebook at the 11:44 mark of the second half. Rodriguez just got elbowed in the face. No call as Bloom tried to free himself from a straitjacket defensive assignment from Rodriguez. Scovins working his way in. Twist, turns, right-handed hook shot, left short, and the rebound for Yalaho. 11:25 to play in regulation. Cougars starting to get some stops. Now can they combine it with scores? Two Davidson players collide. Advantage situation. Favors a three. That crawls off the front rim, falls off. Hildebrandt offensive rebound, fouled on the putback. And Hildebrandt back to the free throw line when we come back. A little bit of life here for the Cougars, specifically on the offensive glass. That's an area that they have excelled today. They've outgained the Wildcats 9-2 in offensive rebounds, and the latest will send Simon Hildebrandt to the free throw line for 2 shots when we come back. With the score, it's Davidson 64, Washington State 46, with 11:11 to play here in the second half. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougars Sports Network.
Everybody knows you shouldn't retire until you're 65.
Buying a house? 20% down or nothing, bud. It's easy. Put your money into savings and never touch it.
There's a lot of questionable money advice out there. For financial knowledge that can help you reach your version of success, come to Gisa Credit Union. We can walk you through everything you need to feel confident about your finances. There's a healthier approach to money. Find it at Gisa Credit Union. Gisa is an equal opportunity lender.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. Rural communities face unique healthcare challenges. By providing hands-on opportunities for WSU students in health sciences, nursing, pharmacy, and the LSNS Floyd College of Medicine, Pullman Regional Hospital is helping to shape the future of local healthcare. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
Matt President welcoming you back to Belk Arena. In for Chris King and Craig Elo here this afternoon. 11:11 to play second half, and the Wildcats up a palindrome, 64-46 over the Cougars. They've done it today with efficient shooting, 64% from the field and 58% from outside the arc for Davidson. They've also gone 7 of 8 at the free throw line. For the Cougars, just 37% shooting, 4 of 17 from downtown. They are 10 of 12 at the free throw line, and Simon Hildebrandt trying to add to that total right here. Out of the timeout, his first free throw is up and good. Cougars got to the line only 4 times in the first half. This second free throw will be their 10th of the second half, and Hildebrandt makes them both. 7 points off the bench for the High Point transfer, who played his first 2 seasons of basketball at the University of Manitoba. 64-48 as the Wildcats bring it across the floor. Fredrickson, the Wake Forest transfer, has it out high, being hounded by Rodriguez defensively. Hildebrandt deflects the pass. Adam able to control regardless. And now off to Holbert, who's playing his first game of the season for Davidson after missing the opener due to injury. Bloom on the take, shuffled his feet. Was it a push-off or a travel? It was an offensive foul. They could have gone either way, and Bloom's assessed his second personal of the contest. Well, Washington State certainly playing better here in this most recent, call it 6-minute stretch in terms of getting stops and getting to the free throw line. Ugbo with it left wing, and a whistle and a foul called away from the basketball. And this is going to be more free throws because the Cougs are in the bonus. And it's the double bonus now. That was the 10th team foul, and we're not even to the midway point of the second half. So if there was a best case scenario, down by 20 for Washington State, it's 10 minutes and 37 seconds of bonus free throw opportunity. The balance of this game. It'll be Okafor at the free throw line. Bends the knees, flicks the wrist, in and out on the first. Okafor last season, 5.5 points per game, 2.5 rebounds, and 1.6 blocks per game, which was 4th in the conference and 20th in the country. Second free throw is no good. He missed them both. Davidson with the rebound. Hildebrandt applying full court pressure, and an offensive foul against Holbert. Used the offhand to try to create some airspace and shoved Hildebrandt backwards, and it will be Cougar basketball right in front of David Riley and that Washington State bench. Rodriguez will inbound. Looking, gets it into Okafor out high. Hands back to Rodriguez. Heels on the center circle. Crossover dribble. Splits the double team but lost the basketball. It hit off his knee. Loose on the deck, and a foul called as Rodriguez went flying in to try to steal it back. And Adam was on the deck with possession. So a foul against Rodriguez, his first, 6th team foul. So one away from putting the Wildcats into the bonus as well here. 10:22 to play second half, 64-48. Davidson over Washington State. Cougs trap in the backcourt and a foul called. Ooh, that's a tough one, as Koval tried to duck between a double team of Rodriguez and Garrett. I think they got Garrett's on the foul, and they'll march down to the opposite end, and Koval will have free throws. And we might see a lot of action at the foul lines these last 10 minutes or so. Koval, redshirted last season, started opening night off the bench here today, and the front end of the 1-and-1 rolls around and drops. All-time leading scorer at Parkland High School in Pennsylvania. Better than 2,100 career points. 2-time All-State for Koval. And he hits the second free throw, 2 of 2 at the line. Case Wynot enters. And Parker Garrett's exits for the Cougs. 18-point deficit. Cougs have the ball right to left in their traveling crimson uniforms today on the road in Davidson. Rodriguez nearly carried the basketball as you hear the displeasure at the no call from the fans behind us here at Belk Arena. Wynot up top, Rodriguez, 13 on the timer, puts his head down, drives, caught up in the air, no look pass inside, but they couldn't finish. Ugbo couldn't get it to go off the glass and out of play, and they say it's last touched by the Cougs. Oh, that was a terrific pass inside. It may have caught Ugbo slightly off guard as he could not get the layup to go. So out of bounds, and it will be Wildcat basketball, and Matt McKillop has taken a timeout, with the Wildcats leading the Cougars by a score of 66-48. Again, it's been the shooting numbers, the discrepancy, inefficiency. Cougars 36% shooting, 24% from outside the arc. Wildcats a sizzling 64% from the field and 60% from long range, 11 for 19. They're also 9 of 10 at the free throw line. Cougs 12 of 16 They've gotten there more, have 3 more makes, but have substantial ground to make up with 9:52 to play in regulation. Davidson basketball. Joseph will inbound out of the timeout. Manny Joseph, here in his second season at Davidson, gets it in. Trap comes against Koval, ducks between it, and a foul called. As they say, Ugbo stuck his knee out and trying to prevent Koval from splitting that double team. So Ugbo commits his 3rd foul, and Koval heads to the opposite end of the court for free throws. First one is up. It's good. Koval 3 of 3 at the line here today. 11 have played, 9 have scored for the Cougars today, but only 1 player in double figures as Koval hits the second. That's Ugbo, 4 of 9 shooting and 4 rebounds to lead on the glass as well. 9:40 to play. Rodriguez at the controls, right wing. Rasterson and company trying to set something up off ball. Ugbo top of the key. Overhead pass to Wynot, angle left. Trying to enter it in. It's knocked away and stolen, and Josephs comes away with it. They were trying to find Thrasterson, but it was a little bit of a light pass, not enough juice to get to him without the deflection, and then Davidson comes away with the basketball. 9:15 to play. 20-point Wildcat lead. Koval slings the pass to the left wing. Josephs drives, kick out pass right corner. Fredrickson 3 off the front rim, no good. And then Thrasterson got fouled on the rebound as he got clocked across the nose. And he will head to the opposite end of the floor to shoot free throws. Foul is the 3rd of the game against Manny Josephs. And after a relatively foul-free first half, the second half, much the opposite in that regard. At halftime, Washington State had fouled 5 times. Davidson had fouled just 3. Now both teams in the bonus, and the Cougs in the double bonus the rest of the way as Thrasterson's first free throw goes down with a switch. Thrasterson was 11 of 12 at the charity stripe in the game against Idaho on Monday. Attempting his 5th free throw today, and he knocks that one through. Nine points for Thrasterson. And a 5-second call. Devin Brown couldn't get it in time. Full court defense from the Cougs paying off, and they will now have the inbound underneath their attacking bucket. 9:04 to play. Down 18. Yoloho off the inbound, short corner right, draws 2. Thrasterson double dribbled. 12th turnover of the game for the Cougs. Davidson has coughed it up 14 times. It has been sloppy in that regard here today. 8:59 to play in regulation. Cougs back home on Monday to take on St. Thomas of Minnesota at 6:30, and then a week from today, a matchup at home against Washington. Right here, 68-50, Wildcats ahead as Koval zigzags his way into the front court, playing peekaboo behind a Logan screen. Koval now shielding the basketball from Thrasterson. It got deflected right back to him, able to keep the dribble alive. Fredrickson now high on the left, going to work, crossover dribble to the left elbow, leaning in. Good job walling up defensively by Morton. Now with it, Brown drives the lane. Devin Brown scoops and scores with 5 seconds on the shot clock. He has been impressive. Just a freshman, but highly talented. Finalist for Mr. Basketball in the state of Ohio last season as a senior in high school. Yoloho looking in, not available. Now he gets rid of it to Thrasterson out high. Morton angle left, 11 on the timer. Driving baseline, pulls up, 10-foot jump shot, too strong. Okafor the offensive rebound, low on the right, twisting, and what's the call? He dribbled it off the end line. Okafor has gotten the basketball in some good spots today. but he has not been able to cash in. Held to only 4 points on 1 of 4 shooting, and now a couple turnovers as well. That takes us to a timeout. 8 minutes to play in regulation. It's the Wildcats 70 rather, and the Cougars 50. And we're back right after this. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougars Sports Network.
Hampton and Pullman is just a short drive from the Wazoo campus. They've got you covered for all your lodging and dining needs with the new addition of their on-site bar and restaurant, Crimson Bar and Bites. You will feel right at home with their spacious rooms, famous Hampton waffles, cozy outdoor patios, Cougar gift shop, and the friendliest staff in town. Visit HamptonbyHilton.com to reserve a room for your next trip to the Palouse. Coug owned and Coug managed. It matters where you stay. Hampton and Pullman. Hilton for the stay.
Boost Collaborative is a proud sponsor of Cougar Athletics and is a proud supporter of people with disabilities on the Palouse. For over 50 years, Boost Collaborative has been there to help families and their toddlers meet developmental milestones. For youth and adults with disabilities, Boost provides job placement, on-the-job training, and follow-along support. Now you can play a part in Boost's success through your donations and purchases at Palouse Treasures Thrift Store in Pullman. Boost Collaborative, empowering people with disabilities on the Palouse. Go Cougs!
Hey, Thanksgiving turkey here. You know, the early bird, the harbinger of the holidays. Or at least I used to be. Until Northern Quest dropped this holiday head start giveaway on me. Now they're stealing the show with $60,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs before I can become a leftover sandwich. Whatever. Enjoy your $60,000. The holiday head start at Northern Quest. Play daily to enter. Earn 4 times entries every Tuesday. Grand prize drawing November 30th.
Davidson 70, Washington State 50 with 8 minutes even to play in this one here at Belk Arena. Well, we've talked about it throughout the night, but the story of the game has been shooting efficiency, particularly from three-point range. The Wildcats have outscored the Cougs by 21 points from outside the arc. 11 threes made to 4 for the Cougars, and well, the difference in the ball game, 20 points. It very simply explains that margin. Davidson basketball out of the timeout. They inbound to Fredrickson in the backcourt. Washington State has mixed things up. They've gone 1-2-2 full court pressure. They were going man-to-man earlier. They blitzed the basketball, deflected, but it comes free to the Cats. Logan blocked on the layup attempt as Okafor got his paws on it. Coast to coast, Rasterson chased down from behind, and Logan, who was blocked on one end, got right back into the picture to reject a shot on the other. We'll stay with Washington State, baseline left. 7:42 to go in regulation, and Morton will inbound from the left baseline. Led his high school team to their first state tournament since 1951. Inbound pass stolen away by the Wildcats. Up ahead, Fredrickson, uncontested, goes up and hammers it home. Parker Fredrickson flying to the tin, and a bad turnover on the inbounds pass right underneath the attacking bucket. 72-50. Yalaho inside-out game. And this is a three-point attempt, and Ace Glass knocks it through from the right wing. He's got his first made 3 of the game, 5 points in total off the bench for the freshman from Rialto, California. 7:05 to play in regulation. Cougars down 19. Fredrickson between the legs. Stop and go move right of the lane. Pull up jumper. That's contested. And it goes in and out. No good. Batted around on the rebound. And taken in by Morton as he jogs up the far sideline. Glass calling for the basketball. Morton instead splits the double team. Dump off pass intended for Okafor, but it goes out of bounds. Thrown away by Morton, who was trying to do too much there. Left his feet. Was trying to contort his body and make a difficult pass inside. It was available, but that's a play where you'd like to see Morton play off 2 feet and be more under control. 6:46 to go in regulation. 72-53 Davidson over Washington State. Bounce feed into Adam. And now it will be Sam Brown working the ball slowly left to right across the timeline. Now he steps on the gas. Breaks on the right wing. Cycle it around the perimeter. Koval fires an entry pass inside. Brown the catch, low block left. Kick out pass for Fredrickson, head of the key. Jogs to the right wing, push pass out high. Brown driving left all the way to the bucket. Rejected inside. Ugbo with the swat, but it goes right to Davidson, and Koval able to knock down the jumper. Right place, right time, despite the emphatic rejection from Emmanuel Ugbo. 75-53 now in favor of the Wildcats. Left wing, Yalaho a three. That's too strong. Rebound tipped into the hands of Morton, and he's able to reverse it in low on the right. Nifty move, spinning around to finish that one. And it's 75-55, a 20-point margin here in Davidson. 5:43 to play in regulation. Sam Brown comes around a screen to catch. He has it out high. Matched by Ugbo defensively. Right wing Adam. He's double teamed. Bounce feed inside. Logan will turn, score it, and get fouled. Good body positioning by Sean Logan. Got the seal, got the finish, and he earns a trip to the free throw line for one more. 77-55. Logan, the 6'10" senior from Westfield, New Jersey, at the stripe. And it's around and down. Front rim, backboard, back iron, and through on the free throw for Sean Logan. And the 23-point advantage equals the large lead of the game. Morton explodes to the rim. Kick out pass. Yalaho a three. That's off the heel. No good. Logan, the weak side rebound for the Wildcats. And now the Cougars 5 of 20 from three-point range compared to 12 of 21 for Davidson here today. Clock winds towards the 5-minute mark in regulation, 78-55. Sam Brown, right wing, jab, steps back, fires on a three, missed that time, and Ugbo the rebound, weak side. He'll take it himself into the front court. High on the right, all the way to the bucket, goes up, hangs, can't hit, he got fouled. Able to hang in the air and muscle his way to the rim. And Ugbo earns himself a trip to the free throw line. Ugbo played previously in Germany, played for the Dutch national team at the 2022 FIBA Championships. Started his college career at Boise State. Free throw on its way, that's good. Baker's dozen in the game for Ugbo to lead the Cougs in scoring. He's the only player in double figures, and multiple subs now coming in for the Wildcats as Blooms re-enters. RJ Greer for the first time today, freshman out of Centerville, Ohio, scored 13 off the bench in the win over DeSales. Scovins also re-enters for the Wildcats as well. Second free throw is up, and Ugbo gets the roll. 14 in the ball game for Emmanuel Ugbo, who had 17 to match his career high on Monday night. 4:50 to go in regulation. Blooms in the backcourt. Ugbo defending. Cougs trying to bring the trap, but Blooms passes over it. Now driving, spinning it off the glass. Greer can't finish. Offensive rebound, and Hurlburt will miss on the shot, but earn himself a trip to the free throw line. Foul goes against Rodriguez. That's number 2. Hurlburt last season averaged just 1.2 points per game and misses on the first free throw. Just the second miss at the charity stripe today for Davidson. Second one on its way. That one's no good either. Hildebrandt will chase down the rebound along the end line. Here comes Rodriguez right to left. Washington State on the heels of a 19-win season, trying to get things together here early. Lost to Idaho by 2 in the opener. Have trailed by as much as 23 here today in the first ever meeting with Davidson. Ugbo, low block left, turns, pumps, twists, goes up with the right hand, gets the roll. Shimmy, shakes, scores, does Emmanuel Ugbo. He's up to 16 in the ball game. 4:05 to play in regulation. He's been all the offense today for Washington State. Left wing, Greer. He'll go up top to Bloom, who gets fouled by Hildebrandt on the rip-through move, and that will take us to our final media stoppage. With the score, it's the Wildcats 78 and the Cougars 59. Time is out with 3 minutes and 55 seconds to play in regulation. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougars Sports Network.
So you want somewhere to play? We got you. A nice relaxing stay? We got you. Wanna be entertained? We got you. Wanna play golf all day? We got you. Go to Lake Casino. Winning is just the beginning. So you're looking for something to do? We got you. Want some tasty food? We got you. Heard you wanna do some shopping? We got you. The live music is always popping at the Go to Lake Casino. At the Go to Lake Casino. Go to Lake Casino. Winning is just the beginning.
Since 1934, Hempler's has used only the leanest European pork bellies for its premium bacon made right here in the Pacific Northwest. Slow smoked over natural hardwood for a rich aroma, savory flavor, and a thick gourmet bite. It's no wonder Hempler's is America's leanest bacon and a longtime favorite of the Washington State Cougars. Hempler's, small batch crafted meats.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. The RAV4 has legendary versatility. The Grand Highlander's adult-sized third row is for real. And the Tacoma's wild side comes standard. From job sites to campsites and game nights, there's an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive Toyota to get you there in style. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Matt Present back with you from Davidson, filling in for Chris King and Craig Elo. They'll be back with you on Monday on the Palouse against St. Thomas, 6:30 tip-off time. Right now it's the Wildcats 78 and the Cougars 59. Washington State has not led in this ball game. They've trailed by as much as 23. Ready to book your next global getaway? Earn more rewards more often with Atmos Rewards by Alaskan Airlines and Hawaiian Airlines. It's the #1 airline rewards program according to the U.S. News and World Report. And your invitation to explore over 1,000 plus global destinations. Out of the timeout, Roberts Blooms at the free throw line for Davidson. Bloom 7 points off the bench here today for the Wildcats. And he back rims the first of two shots. Foul went against Hildebrand to send us into that stoppage, his third. There have been plenty of fouls in this second half. Both teams in the double bonus for the balance of this one, and Blooms knocks down the second of two. 20-point lead for Washington State as the Cougs bring the basketball up the floor with Glass. Kick out for Ugbo to the free throw line. Skip pass into the corner. Why not for three? Yes, sir. Is that a three or was it a long two? They're going to call it a two for Wynot, who looked to be checking his feet, looked down to spot where his toes were, and then took the shot. So I figured it would have been a three, but they give him just two there. 3:23 to play, and a whistle and a foul called away from the basketball. And that will result in free throws. Unless it has to do, maybe it's not a foul. Maybe they're checking the two or the three. And indeed, that is what's happening. Eric Curry, our lead official today, is going over to the DV Sport monitor to see whether or not Case Wynot hit a two or hit a three. Both teams huddled up on the court. Washington State embarking on a non-conference schedule that features Washington, Bradley, Nevada, USC, and then, of course, conference play for the second year as an affiliate member of the WCC. The new look Pac-12 will take full effect July 1st of 2026. Eric Curry has concluded looking at the monitor, and it looks like the 2-point field goal is upheld. No change on the scoreboard, and it'll be Davidson basketball front court right with the inbound to come along that near sideline. 3:22 to play. Blooms to trigger. High inbound pass, saved at center court. Twisting around Holbert, still trapped as Blooms, and finally able to get some breathing space as Koval had to sky for the inbounds pass and saved it to a teammate right at center court. Scovins had it blocked from behind, but a foul called. Looked clean from my vantage point, but Josh Scovins, the transfer from Army, is heading to the free throw line for 2 shots. He was coached at Army by a former Davidson assistant, Kevin Kuick, and that's the connection for Scovins to transfer here to the Wildcats. Hits the first free throw. One more coming for the junior out of Greensboro, North Carolina. Not far from here. Second free throw is good, and Scovins goes 2 for 2. 81-61, 3:03 to play in regulation. Glass puts on the brakes at the A10 logo, tried to feed a bounce pass inside to Ugbo, and passes off target, out of bounds. It's a turnover, and it's number 16 in the ball game. And several of them have come on entry passes like that one. Substitutions. Garrett's back onto the floor. Morton as well. And Rodriguez out there with Ugbo and Okafor. 2:53 to play. Greer brings it across the timeline. Stop and go move to cross the center stripe on the far side in front of head coach Matt McKilla. Koval high in the right to Bloom's right wing. Quick trigger three. Missed it strong, and the rebound for Rodriguez, skying in weak side. 2:36 to go in regulation. Rodriguez leave it off for Ugbo to the A10 logo. Pumps the brakes. Pass outside Rodriguez. Surveys. Ball above his head. Gives it up. Gets it back. 16 on the timer. Stop and go move. Trying to free himself. Floater from just inside the free throw line. That's no good. Tipped on the rebound. Last touch by the Cougs. And it will be Davidson basketball with 2:19 to play in regulation. Davidson led by as much as 22 in the first half. It's been an evenly played second stanza, but just too deep of a deficit for the Cougs to get back into it. They've been outscored 41-37, much more respectable in this second half of play. 2 minutes to go. Greer, quick trigger three. That's off the heel, no good. And Garrett's there for the rebound at the free throw line. He'll walk it into the front court, behind the back with the dribble. Push pass to Morton, angle left. Cross court feed. Rodriguez had to twist in front of the Cougs bench to save that one from being a 17th giveaway today. Morton, angle left, shot clock at 13. Crossover dribble, down the lane, kicks it out. Garrett's a wide open three. Yes, sir. Garrett's knocks it down. He's got 7 off the bench. 30% three-point shooter last season. Buries it that time, and we take under 90 seconds now to play in regulation with the Wildcats leading 81-64. Koval clears the timeline into the front court. He'll hold high on the left. And the Davidson fans will stand and applaud with 69 seconds to play in regulation. Koval around the screen, on the roll. Scoop shot goes for Scovins. 1 minute to go, 83-64. Morton in the front court. Cougs trying to end this one on a high note. Rodriguez in the right corner. Feed a pass inside. Okafor missed the dunk attempt, but he was fouled. You just feel like there wasn't enough of that today. Okafor getting position on the seal and an on-target pass. Felt like he might be a bigger factor today and has been predominantly held in check. Just 1 of 4 shooting and 2 of 4 at the free throw line. His first free throw here is up and good. 5 points for Ndie Okafor, who began his career at Cal before transferring. Second free throw is up. That one's good. He goes 2 of 2. 6 points in the game. 45 seconds remaining. Greer has it in the backcourt. Cougars still applying full court pressure. Blooms walking it across the timeline, right of the center circle. He crosses, 36 seconds to play. About a 15-second separation shot in game clock, and now a reach-in foul called against Morton. That will send Davidson to the free throw line with 32.2 seconds to play in this one. Bloom's free throw is up and good. Brock Matheny, a walk-on senior from right here in Davidson, North Carolina, and son of assistant coach Matt Matheny will check in for the first time. Philip Cavu, a redshirt freshman from Manchester, England, also enters for the first time in the game as Matt McKillop has emptied the bench. John Noland as well. Noland, a manager on the team last season, and has earned his spot this year. Free throw goes 85-66. 27 seconds to play as Morton drives, scoops it home off the window, and gets fouled. And so Jerome Morton will have a chance at a three-point play with 25 seconds remaining in the second half. Morton transferred in from Morehead State. There have been some good players from Morehead State, including SEC Player of the Year Janai Broom last year at Auburn. Shot clock dark, 21 seconds remaining, 85-69. And Davidson is going to dribble this one out. 10 seconds as Bloom crosses over. Cougars start to make their way to the bench. Blooms will pass it off to Matheny, and he will let time expire. In the first ever meeting between Davidson and Washington State, the Wildcats open with the first 9 points. They lead by as much as 23, and they lead wire to wire as the Cougs fall to 0-2 on the young season. Davidson improves to 2-0, and the Cougs will head home for a Monday night matchup with St. Thomas of Minnesota. 6:30 back on the Palouse on Monday night. Plenty to break down from this one as our post-game coverage comes your way on the other side of this timeout. Again, your final score, Davidson 85 and Washington State 69. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougars Sports Network.
Whether you're cleaning up to host a backyard game day party or just powering through your fall projects, you can count on the performance of Steel. From blowers to chainsaws, Steel tools are built to go the distance. With legendary quality and real dealer support, you'll find the right tool and the right team for every job. Steel, proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars.
Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes every moment cheering on your team even better. Plus, the mountains on the bottles and cans turn blue when your beer is Rocky Mountain cold. So you never have to guess if your Coors Light is ready to drink. So crack one open, take a sip, and enjoy the game. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
A mission that matters. A place to grow. Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories is an internationally recognized designer and manufacturer of products that protect and control electric power systems worldwide. Employees are problem solvers, inventors, and doers. At SEL, you can support a mission that truly matters and create a career that maximizes your full potential. Apply to join the growing SEL team today at selinc.com/careers.
Your audio home for all things Cougar Athletics is the Washington State Cougar Podcast Channel. Just search for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to follow and subscribe to the official podcast home of the Cougs. Hear our original WSU Athletics podcast, plus replays from the Cougar Sports Network, including football pregame and postgame show coverage, full football game broadcast, and coaches shows. Find it all by searching for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to start listening today. Google Play. You are listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network. Time now for the post-game show. Coming up, we'll have the post-game thoughts of head coach David Riley and more. Now, back courtside. Here again, Chris King.
Matt President in for Chris King tonight as the Cougars fall on the road to the Davidson Wildcats. 85-69 is the final. Before we get into our post-game conversation, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougars Sports Network.
On 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO-FM, HD3 Tacoma, Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
Wildcats 85, Cougars 69 here tonight at Belk Arena in Davidson, North Carolina. Davidson came out and they got on the right foot early. They scored the first 9 points in the ball game. Cougars just didn't really have a whole lot to answer with. They really struggled shooting the ball in the opening half in particular. Washington State just 10 of 32 shooting in the first half and 1 of 11 from three-point range. Meanwhile, in the opening 20 minutes, the Wildcats were 15 of 23 shooting and 7 of 14 from outside the arc. And those are 18 points difference that come from beyond the arc in that first half alone. And certainly the hot shooting continued. Davidson got up by as much as 23 points. They led from anywhere from 16 to 23 for much of the second half. They really never let Washington State back into the game at any point. And despite the second half being even, 45 points apiece, certainly liked the way the Cougs were able to battle in the second half, get to the free throw line, get the Wildcats in some foul trouble, score with the clock stopped. They were never able to really sustain any sort of long scoring run that got them within striking distance in this ball game. Just too much hot shooting this evening for the homestanding Wildcats, who finished the game 57% from the floor, 50% from outside the arc. And once it became a free throw contest, both teams were good at the free throw line, which is good for the Cougs, but it also meant that they were not able to really make up any ground there. Davidson finishes 17 of 21 at the free throw line. The Cougars just 2 more free throws, 19 of 23 for a very good 83% foul percentage on the night. Again, 9-0 start, up by as much as 23 for Davidson in this first ever meeting. And the matchup between the two schools of the Splash Brothers, Klay Thompson's alma mater against Steph Curry's, and this one goes the way of the Wildcats on their home floor. 85-69 is your final. Still to come on our post-game coverage, we will sit down and chat with David Riley, get his thoughts on how things transpired here tonight in the first road game of the 2025-26 season. Cougs will be back home next week for 2 in a row, and certainly want to get back on track after an 0-2 start to the season. We'll also have highlights, scores out of town, stats as well, coming up on our post-game coverage here from Davidson. Once again, your final score tonight from Belk Arena, it's Davidson 85 and Washington State 69. More to come on our post-game show coming up right after this. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Hi, I'm Andre Gabriel.
I'm Dara Peters.
And I'm Tasia Sniffen. We're cheerleaders on the WC Spirit Squad.
Meet Krista Gross, the realtor who supports students like us with NIL sponsorships and resources to help us succeed.
She's dedicated, relentless, and always puts her clients first, just like a true Coug.
With award-winning service and a passion for helping people, Krista is the ultimate coach for home buyers and sellers.
Support her because she supports us. You can find her online at KristaGross.com. That's Krista with the K, KristaGross.com. Go Cougs!
Cougs.
Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories is a high-tech global company headquartered in Pullman, Washington, with a mission of making electric power safer, more reliable, and more economical. At SEL, employees enjoy working in a fast-paced, innovative environment while enjoying the many benefits of living on the Palouse. SEL is seeking engineers for paid internships and full-time positions. Apply to join the growing SEL team today at selinc.com/careers.
Everybody knows you shouldn't retire until you're 65.
Buying a house? 20% down or nothing, bud. It's easy. Put your money into savings and never touch it.
There's a lot of questionable money advice out there. For financial knowledge that can help you reach your version of success, come to Gisa Credit Union. We can walk you through everything you need to feel confident about your finances. There's a healthier approach to money. Find it at Gisa Credit Union. Gisa is an equal opportunity lender.
Today's 5-star play of the game is presented by Pullman Regional Hospital, providing exceptional health care to WSU student athletes, Cougar fans, and our community.
To 31, the lead for the Wildcats. 17.5 minutes to play second half. Morton off the bounce, explodes to the rim. Kick out pass Ugbo. Three-pointer right wing is short. Offensive rebound Okafor. Recoil back out front Morton. Ugbo right wing. Cougs work it around. Thrasterson calling for it. Instead, Ugbo's triple try is good. Off the glass and through. Ugbo using the bank here, straight on with the three, and he's the first Coug into double figures with 12. He finishes with 16, the only Coug in double figures today, but he's had a good start to the season after matching his career high with 17 against Idaho on Monday. 16 more today for Emmanuel Ugbo. And again, that is our play of the game here today. Taking a look now at the final stats in this ball game, and we mentioned some of the shooting totals, but we'll repeat those for you as well. For Washington State, 40% shooting. They did much better in the second half. 29% from three-point range. They hit 5 second-half threes after going just 1 of 11 in the opening 20 minutes, and a really good showing at the free throw line here tonight as the Cougs go 19 of 23, 83% at the charity stripe. For Davidson, 57% shooting, 50% from outside the arc, and 17 of 21, 81% at the free throw line for the Wildcats, who had 5 players today in double figures, led by 14 off the bench here today from Hunter Adam. Again, your final score, 85-69, the Wildcats over the Cougars, and now joined by head coach David Riley post-game. And Coach, Davidson scored the first 9 points in this ball game, grew a big lead in the opening half. Where were the areas that you identified as being most decisive here tonight?
Early on it was they hit us with a punch, and I don't think for whatever reason we were ready to execute. I think we were ready to play hard, and they took advantage of some of our aggression and came out with a good punch, and then they were able to kind of stop all of our runs. Every time we got a little momentum, they'd hit a big three, and I mean a team like that going 50% from three, and I feel like they hit. I know there were 12 threes. I feel like they hit most of those in the first 28, 30 minutes or so.
You mentioned that three-point shooting. I mean, some of it is just when you're hot, right? But what were they able to do to generate some of those looks?
I mean, they were backdooring and they were cutting and they were drawing two and kind of shaking guys loose. And they got 2 or 3 really easy looks early. And I felt like after that we actually did a better job. But the issue is when you got a team like Davidson that can really shoot it, and you got guys, and you can go down the list. They got a lot of really good shooters, and if you get them open looks that early, they're going to make you pay and get hot, and it's a lot harder to guard them.
You tried a few different full court defenses and generated a bunch of turnovers in this ball game. Davidson coughed it up 15 times. What is your assessment on the way your team defended, particularly in those full court situations when you were trying to be disruptive?
We did some good things, but also we got to be smarter. Like we can't have 2 fouls in a row, 94 feet from the basket, and that's kind of on me. Like we put them in that situation where we do a lot of full court pressing, but we haven't trapped like that as much and practiced that as much, and so I think that's probably the reason that we fouled. And I got to do a better job preparing these guys wasn't planning on being down and having to press like that the whole game, but that's something that we got to get better at. We have a team that can fly around, and you've seen the last 2 games, and we're playing like that. We're probably a little bit better, and that might be something we adjust to.
In the second half, it seemed like your group was much more aggressive in getting to the basket, getting to the free throw line. You guys were in the double bonus with 10 minutes to play, and not only did you get to the line, but you shot 83% at the free throw line. What did you like out of not only the aggressiveness, but also the way you converted?
I mean, I think it just shows, like, when we're able to get to the paint and we're able to get our matchups how we want them, like, I think we're really hard to guard, and teams got to foul us, so they're going to give us easy looks. And unfortunately, we weren't able to do that very much in the first half. And again, it's a game of rhythm, it's a game of energy, and it took us a lot to fight for that in the second half, and it was just too little too late.
Emmanuel Ugbo leads the team in scoring with 16 points. He matched his career high with 17 on Monday, 16 more today. What have you seen in his development leading into the season and then in these first 2 games of the year?
Playing with force, I think that's the biggest thing. He's someone that we really spent a lot of time in the offseason developing his perimeter game. Not even perimeter game, but just his game with the ball in his hands a little bit more. And he was kind of thinking a lot. And the last month or so, he's been able to kind of put it all together, play with more instinct. And when he's doing that, he's a monster.
Lastly, your next 3 games back at home. What was your message to your team post-game as you head back to Pullman?
That this group, we've been with each other 5 months almost, and I think this is a team that's best when their backs are against the wall, and that's where we're at right now. So we got to figure out how to come together and go get a win on Monday.
Coach, appreciate the time.
Appreciate it. Go Cougs.
That's head coach David Riley. Post-game, the final score again from Davidson here today. It's the Wildcats 85 and the Cougars 69. We'll take a timeout. More of our post-game coverage comes your way on the other side of this timeout. You're listening to Washington State Basketball on the Cougars Sports Network.
So you want somewhere to play? We got you. A nice relaxing stay? We got you. Wanna be entertained? We got you. Wanna play golf all day? We got you. Go to Lake Casino. Winning is just the beginning. So you're looking for something to do? We got you. Want some tasty food? We got you. Heard you wanna do some shopping? We got you. The live music is always popping at the Go to Lake Casino. At the Go to Lake Casino. Go to Lake Casino. Winning is just the beginning.
Brown family honors the legacy of founder Andrew Brown's late grandfather, William Bittner Brown. Every decision made from farm to glass reflects their commitment to premium Northwest wine and spirits. Whether you're visiting one of Brown's tasting rooms or opening a bottle in your own home, Andrew and his wife Courtney welcome you to their extended family where good friends, good food and wine, and good times are always on the agenda. Stop by one of our tasting rooms, Spokane, Walla Walla, Seattle, Bellevue, Tacoma, or Portland, and get 20% off a glass this season when you mention WSU.
For nearly 100 years, Adams Tractor has helped the Northwest knock out to-do list one tough job at a time. As your local Kubota dealer in Spokane and Lewiston, we're proud to back Washington State athletics with the same grit we bring to every yard, field, and job site. From mowing to digging to plowing, Kubota delivers, and so do we. Visit AdamsTractor.com. Adams Tractor, nearly a century strong, powered by Kubota, fueled by Coug pride.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. Rural communities face unique healthcare challenges. By providing hands-on opportunities for WSU students in health sciences, nursing, pharmacy, and the Elson Floyd College of Medicine, Pullman Regional Hospital is helping to shape the future of local healthcare. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
Matt President back with you from Davidson, North Carolina. The Wildcats over the Cougs today, 85-69 the final. We told you about some of the team numbers, but we'll continue going down the stat sheet. Appreciate David Riley's insight post-game as well. Cougs do out-rebound the Wildcats today, 30-28, and in particular do well on the offensive glass, 12-4 in terms of offensive rebounds. But Davidson's bench and their depth really showed up today, 47-29 in terms of bench points for the Wildcats. And even in a game where Davidson turned the ball over 18 times, Washington State was not able to, at least not frequently enough, able to capitalize off of those turnovers and create points the other way. For Davidson, they again had 5 players in double figures. Hunter Adam leads the way, 14 points on 4 of 5 shooting, 3 of 4 from three-point range, 3 of 3 at the free throw line, his second straight game to begin the year with double figures. 12 points for Sam Brown on 5 of 11 shooting and a team-best 4 assists in the ballgame in a team-high 25 minutes. 10 points apiece for Parker Fredrickson and Roberts Blums. 11 points as well for the freshman Devin Brown off the bench and into double figures for the first time this season. He knocked down 3 threes as well, also dished out 4 assists. Nick Koval had 9 points, 8 apiece for Sean Logan and for Josh Scovins here today for Davidson. As for the Cougs, again, they were led in scoring by Emmanuel Ugbo, 16 points on 5 of 10 shooting, 5 of 6 at the free throw line, and 5 rebounds. 9 points for Tomas Thrasterson. He goes 5 of 6 at the free throw line, also knocks down a couple field goals, 3 rebounds, and 2 steals as well. 8 points in the ballgame for Ameli Yalaho. He has 2 3-pointers to his name today, 3 of 9 shooting overall, and 3 rebounds. 7 points apiece for Morton, Hildebrandt, and Garrett, and 6 points today for Okafor, who adds in a team-high 5 rebounds. Glass, the freshman, 5 points on 2 of 6 shooting, 1 of 4 from outside the arc. As he continues to develop, he certainly has a ton of potential. Ace Glass, a freshman for this Washington State team. Again, it was a 9-0 deficit early, got down by as much as 23 in the opening half. Did Washington State today. They trailed by 16 at the break, and they fall by 16 as it was even, 45 apiece in the second half after Davidson led it 40-24 at intermission. It adds up to a final score of 85-69, and our final thoughts from Belk Arena come your way right after this as you listen to Washington State basketball on the Cougars Sports Network.
Okay, text from the wedding planner. She's talking about a cake pop mural.
Ah, exciting.
Ooh, it's $8,000.
Oh.
I don't know, we're trying to save for a house.
Well, you only get married once. Or twice. 3 times tops.
There's a lot of bad money advice out there. For knowledge you can trust, come to Giza Credit Union. Whether it's saving for the wedding or everything that comes after, we can help get you where you want to be. Find a healthier approach to money at Giza.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. The RAV4 has legendary versatility. The Grand Highlander's adult-sized third row is for real. And the Tacoma's wild side comes standard. From job sites to campsites and game nights, there's an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive Toyota to get you there in style. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes every moment cheering on your team even better. Plus, the mountains on the bottles and cans turn blue when your beer is Rocky Mountain cold. So you never have to guess if your Coors Light is ready to drink. So crack one open, take a sip, and enjoy the game. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Nothing works up an appetite like cheering for your Cougs on game day. So why not cheer them on at Northern Quest with an impressive roster of restaurants and lounges? You can tackle the menu at Epic and catch every play on the 10 by 30-foot screen. Or grab a steak at Maslow's, a fine cigar at Legends of Fire, even a burger from Fat Burger. You know, for your inner linebacker. See more at northernquest.com. Go Cougs!
Back with you one final time from Belk Arena, where Davidson tops Washington State 85-69. The final in the first ever meeting between these two programs here tonight. And I think as I try to condense my final thoughts as we put a bow on this broadcast, there are not many teams that Washington State is going to face this season with as many potent three-point shooters as Davidson has. You forget the percentage because Davidson is not often going to shoot, even as a good shooting team, 50% from three-point range. But what makes them so difficult to defend is not just the fact that they can shoot a high percentage from three. They had 7 different players make a three today. And when you have a team like that gets up early, that gets a little bit of momentum, getting back into the game is really tough. And so I think what we've seen now through 2 games this season for Washington State is we've seen that they can fall behind early, but they also have the toughness and the fight to get back into ball games. And if not for some really good Davidson free throw shooting today, this would have been much more interesting in an evenly played second half. When this Washington State team is at its best, it's getting downhill, it's getting to the bucket, it's getting guys like Ugbo and guys like Ndi Okafor, those big bodies on the interior, putting pressure on the defense, getting to the free throw line, getting fouled. Washington State put Davidson into the double bonus more than halfway with more than 10 minutes remaining in the second half. And if they can continue to play with that intensity, with that aggressive nature, getting downhill, yeah, once in a while you might run into some hot shooting three-point teams. But by and large, you're not going to find a team with 7 different guys who are capable, if not elite, three-point shooters like you did today. And by and large, you're going to have some better luck in the first half in terms of your own three-point shooting, where the Cougs went just 1 of 11 from downtown in the opening 20 minutes. Long flight back to Pullman, and then a big week ahead with St. Thomas coming to town on Monday at 6:30. Airtime at 6 o'clock, and then 2 more home games follow that. Again, a big meeting with Washington a week from tonight at 8 o'clock, and then Southern Utah capping off the 3-game homestand. I want to say thank you to everyone who made this broadcast possible, and especially to Chris King, who on late notice was able to get me as prepared as possible to call this one. Craig and Chris will be back with you on Monday. We won't have any flight troubles with home games, or at least we hope, and so they'll talk to you Monday night from back in Pullman. I want to say thank you to Mark Miller, our engineer, Zane Sazio back inside our network studios, and Austin Samuels, who handled halftime and our score updates, and he will take you the rest of the way as well. Matt Present now saying so long from Belk Arena. One more time, your final score. It is Davidson 85 and Washington State 69.
RV buyers, it's a fact. Valley RV Supercenter is America's #1 volume Jayco store. And as their volume leader, Jayco keeps them supplied with all the models. Let's just say they have what you're looking for. Jayco Class A, B, and C motorhomes, fifth wheels, toy haulers, and travel trailers, including the best-selling trailer in the world since 2005, the Jayco J-Flight. And they all come with the best warranty in the industry. Go see them in Kent or visit ValleyRVSupercenter.com, where journeys begin.
Your audio home for all things Cougar Athletics is the Washington State Cougar Podcast Channel. Just search for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to follow and subscribe to the official podcast home of the Cougs. Hear our original WSU Athletics podcast, plus replays from the Cougar Sports Network, including football pregame and postgame show coverage, full football game broadcast, and coaches shows. Find it all by searching for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to start listening today.
Whether you're cleaning up to host a backyard game day party or just powering through your fall projects, you can count on the performance of Steel. From blowers to chainsaws, Steel tools are built to go the distance. With legendary quality and real dealer support, you'll find the right tool and the right team for every job. Steel, proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars.
As proud Cougs, we always find our way back home. At McVeigh Brothers, we want to help all Cougs improve the value of your home. Hello, I'm Mike McVeigh from McVeigh Brothers Roofing, Siding, and Windows, a proud supporter of Cougar Athletics. The team of professionals at McVeigh Brothers take great pride in helping our customers remodel their homes with new entry doors, rain gutters, siding, roofing, and windows. At McVay Brothers, we're working for you.
Washington State falls to Davidson by a score of 85-69. In North Carolina, the Cougs to 0-2, and Davidson to 2-0 on the year. Austin Samuels with you here for one final time. We'll check some scores and then see what the Cougs have coming up on the schedule here over the next 2 weeks. First of all, before we get into the WCC opponents, Washington State women's basketball still looking for that first win. They are 0-2 as well after a loss to UNLV on Wednesday night in Las Vegas. The WSU women will play tomorrow against Southern Utah in Cedar City. Tip-off is scheduled for 1 o'clock Pacific time. In the WCC tonight, a busy slate, but only one game live right now. San Diego at home against Idaho State. Both teams sit at 1-0 after defeating non-Division I opponents, so this is their first Division I test. Game live right now, Idaho State with a lead on the road, 22-14 with 6:30 to play in the first half. Santa Clara at home tonight as well against McNeese State. Both teams sit at 1-0. Things get going here in the next half hour at 7 o'clock local time. The Oregon State Beavers are back at home after narrowly defeating North Dakota State on Monday night. They'll take on UIC in Corvallis. Tip-off is again within the next half hour, 7 o'clock Pacific time. Pepperdine will try and pull off a monster upset on the road tonight against 12th-ranked UCLA. Both teams at 1-0. That game gets going at 7:30 on the West Coast. St. Mary's at home as well against the Chattanooga Mocs tonight at 7:30 tip-off. The Gales beating St. Thomas earlier this week on Monday. Cougs will play St. Thomas on this coming Monday. The big tilt in the top 25 was between 19th ranked Kansas and 25th ranked UNC in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. That one goes final. UNC wins 87-74 at home and moves to 2-0 on the year. Looking at the Washington State schedule coming up here over the next couple of weeks. Again, the Cougs 0-2. They'll look for that first win on Monday when they'll take on the St. Thomas Tommies, who are 0-1 on the year again after that loss to St. Mary's. They will play tomorrow at home against Army before traveling to Pullman and Beasley Coliseum. St. Thomas projected to be a pretty good team this year. They were picked to win the Summit League Conference in the preseason poll. WSU will then get Washington, the Huskies, in an early edition of the Basketball Apple Cup next Friday in Beasley Coliseum. The Huskies are 2-0 after defeating Denver at home last night, 84-70 in Seattle. UW will travel to Waco for a big matchup with the Baylor Bears on Sunday night before facing the Cougs on Friday. Washington State will round out their 3-game homestand with Southern Utah on November 19th, and the Thunderbirds are 0-1 on the year after a loss to Arizona State. They'll look for their first win tomorrow against Texas Rio Grande Valley. Things get going on Monday night for Washington State. St. Thomas, that game gets going at 6:30. Our coverage starts at 6 o'clock local time. The broadcast for the UW game, 8 o'clock next Friday. Pregame at 7:30. Again, the Cougs fall to 0-2 after a loss to Davidson here tonight. 85-69 is the final score. Thank you so much for tuning in here on your Friday night. For all of our broadcast team here on the Cougar Sports Network, Matt Present filling in for Chris King down there in North Carolina. Zane Saggio back at our Cougar Sports Network studios. Austin Samuels saying so long, good night, have a great weekend. Cougs back in action on Monday.
You've been listening to Washington State Basketball on the Cougar Sports Network. Cougar Basketball has been brought to you by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. This broadcast has been an exclusive presentation of the Cougar Sports Network, a division of Cougar Sports Properties and Playfly Sports. Coverage of Washington State basketball is intended solely for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast, internet streaming, or other use of the accounts and descriptions of this game without the written consent of Playfly Sports or Washington State University is prohibited. This has been a presentation of Playfly Sports.
back to the Jason Rantz Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. Something tells me the Microsoft dweebs are not going to be giving up on their Microsoft Game Pass because the White House posted a Halo meme in support of ICE. Now, I'm vaguely familiar with Halo in that I played it, I think, for 7 minutes total and always lost within 7 seconds of respawning because some 10-year-old would kill me. But it's a shoot-'em-up game, some alien thing. I've seen the TV series Halo, which was actually really good. Season 1, at least.
Was that on like Paramount or something? Or
one of the streaming sites. And all it does is show one of the Halo characters in some Jeep with a turret gun on top, and it says, "Destroy the Flood. Join ICE." That's it. Now, Microsoft had nothing to do with it whatsoever, other than you can create memes or turn things into memes should you want to. But the radical group Seattle Indivisible is now telling people to cancel their Xbox Game Pass subscriptions, saying Microsoft is not speaking up to condemn the use of the meme. That's what the complaint is.
They're all coming out of their mother's basements.
Well, no, they're staying in their mother's basements because they're not canceling this. You're going after the wrong people, right? I mean, the people who are complaining are all boomers. These are the boomers who remember what it was like when they were younger activists, and now they're too old and their knees hurt, so they can't do the marches. So instead, they have to write emails with 2 fingers very slowly from their AOL accounts and Earthlink accounts, and they want you to call, according to their daily action bulletin, which I get every single day. They want you to call Microsoft, and they give you a script. They accuse the official White House of sharing an AI-generated imagery drawn from Microsoft's Halo video game to promote ICE and depict the president as a heroic figure. The president is not depicted in this at all, by the way. He is a hero when it comes to ICE, immigration enforcement, but he's not actually depicted in this meme. They say that Microsoft, quote, must threaten legal action and issue a strongly worded statement condemning the message of the ICE post. Microsoft should not remain silent as their intellectual property is co-opted to spread hate. I don't think they understand how this works. This is totally 100% legitimately legal. The ICE image is particularly disturbing, as it suggests undocumented immigrants are similar to the Flood, which in the world of Halo are an evil horde of alien zombies meant to be mowed down by the players. Oh, dear God. Oh, dear God. They say Microsoft's subscription model makes them vulnerable to a boycott, which is why they are choosing to do this. Again, I imagine there are gamers who are also crazy leftists. However, I'm guessing in that Venn diagram, there's not a huge overlap in politically active gamer nerds. That's just my guess. Halo, in particular, I think is really popular amongst 15-year-old boys, right? Isn't Halo for like teens to maybe mid-20 adult boys and men?
Maybe even like late elementary school-ish.
Okay, but like boys, right?
10 to, yeah.
The ones we can actually define.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think they're going to jump on board this. That's my guess. Maybe you should talk to the parents and just try to convince them to cancel their subscriptions, even if it's going to upset their kids if they really want to make a difference. They say in this, it's an easy target for immediate action, drawing parallels to, quote, mass cancellations of Disney Plus subscriptions. What happened with that? Did that work? They said it worked for a day, and then no one talked about the mass cancellations again.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anyone cancels their content for longer than they either choose to because something good comes back on that they want to see, or they never really paid much attention to it. And this was just a reminder that they had it, so they canceled it.
I don't think anyone knows how. It's always incredibly hard.
Is it still hard?
It's on some of them, yeah.
So, and conservatives sometimes do this. I can't remember what the issue was. Conservatives wanting to cancel Netflix. What was it? Like 2 weeks ago?
Oh, yeah. Because of the, what was it?
They published something that people didn't like. And I remain in the camp of, do you like Netflix? Do you use Netflix? Okay. You don't have to deprive yourself of content you like because they put out something you don't. You don't have to react in that way.
Oh yeah, it was because Elon Musk was kind of promoting it. It was they had all the kids shows with a lot of like really weird LGBT stuff.
So here's the deal. I don't think you should cancel Netflix over it unless that's the only content that your kid has access to. Then that's completely different. But for example, I have a Netflix account, although I think it's free. I don't think I pay for it because of some code I use. But let's just assume that I pay for it. I'm sure I pay for lots of things that have objectionable content. I'm okay with Netflix making its decision to air content that I disagree with and find even, repulsive if there's an audience for it in their view. That's what they do. I'm not the audience. I'm not going to give it my attention. But I like some stuff on Netflix. I've been screaming about House of Dynamite, which is the best movie of the year so far. So good. And my opinion on this matters so much that Jackson has seen it 3 times now, even after I said, okay, stop. I know I ordered you to watch it as a condition of your employment. You don't have to go so far and
I'm just going around the office quoting it, driving people insane.
Which is weird because people are like, why do you keep threatening a nuke on Chicago? What's going on here? And now they realize what it is. But I've gotten people in the office to watch it. I like it. I like that show with Kristen Bell, who all of a sudden got really old. And
that happens, yeah.
And Adam Brody. Is that his name?
Adam Brody?
Whatever his name is, the actor in it.
There's Adrian Brody. I don't know.
Him, his younger brother. Whoever that actor is in it. Nobody Wants This.
I haven't heard of that.
Yes, you have. This is where the Orthodox rabbi, the Jewish rabbi, falls in love with a goyim, and it's all about the families on both sides not quite understanding it. It's really good. It's a good show.
I'm looking. I've legitimately never heard of it.
We've talked about it on the show.
Have we?
Who's the actor in it?
Yeah, Adam Brody. Yeah.
Oh, so I was right. He's older than Kristen Bell. He's older than me, and he looks still like maybe he's in his mid-20s, which really upsets me.
He's kind of a baby face.
Yeah, that's very upsetting.
He's 45.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all. But the deer blood, I guess, the infusions we talked about.
And Kristen Bell is also 45.
She looks really old all of a sudden in this show.
What happened to when she was, Sarah Marshall?
Right? We forgot. Think anyone got that joke?
Very few, probably.
No one got that joke except for you and I. But no one's canceling Microsoft over this. Okay, this is Seattle Indivisible has to find, and I'm a little bit sympathetic to the problem for them. They have a daily bulletin where every single day they have to come up with something to pretend to be upset about and then get someone into whatever call of action happens to be the case for the day. So they're like, what are we going to do? Let's just do another boycott email again, I guess. What can we okay, let's just make a big deal about it this. They got to do something every single day, so I'm sympathetic.
The blood pressure in that office must be sky high.
Well, they're on so many pills to handle that, so they'll probably be okay. We've got the report up. If you want to actually see the meme, we've got it up at seattlered.com right now. I just find it funny that they think people are going to follow through on this stuff. I don't believe any of in most cases, I don't trust any campaign that says we've been successful in getting a boycott. Very few. And a couple times maybe on the left they were successful. A couple times on the right they were successful. But in the long term, it feels like everything just comes back.
The only one I can really think is the Anheuser-Busch thing. I feel like
Disney initially clearly felt the push from conservatives in that case as well, because they actually were legitimately upset, and it was some LGBTQIA2S++ thing, and people said they were canceling their vacations and choosing not to go there. And I found that a little hard to believe until I saw a lot of receipts. I was like, okay, no, fair enough. Good on you. And maybe that's my issue, that I don't have.
You have no principles. Jason.
It's just none whatsoever.
No
that if you tell me I can't watch, the Great Bake Off cooking show on Netflix,
you cave.
I'm out. I found a cooking show a cooking competition show I like called Next Gen Chef, I think it's called. It's on Netflix. It's brand new. It's really good. And I don't watch television. So if I find something that I actually like, I'm very reluctant to cancel it because I have so little. All I watch basically is Fox News, gambling videos from Vegas Matt on YouTube, Dave Asprey videos on YouTube, and Veep on rerun. That's all I watch. Every once in a while, I'll throw in an I Love Lucy.
What about like Premier League soccer and all?
But I'm saying TV scripted content is what I mean. Yes, I watch soccer, but I can watch that on my phone and,
Yeah.
But if I'm going to watch something and I find something I really like, I'm in. Leave me alone. Stop asking me to boycott stuff. What's it to you? You cancel if you want. I'll find something that I pay for that I don't want to pay for, and I will jump on that boycott. It gives me a nudge in the right direction, and I'll go ahead and do that.
That's why the Bud Light boycott was so easy for me. Like when Bud Light's crap.
I will never drink Bud Light ever
it's terrible
again.
Anyway.
When was the last time I had a Bud Light? I don't think I've ever had a Bud Light because I don't drink, or very rarely. And the other issue for me at least, and this is very much a me issue, although depending on your circumstance, on credit cards you can get freebies for, subscriptions to Paramount Plus and Peacock, for example. I get both of those for free because of 2 credit cards that I happen to have, and the perks are Paramount Plus and the other one. I almost never watch Peacock except for soccer and last Sunday's game, football. But Paramount, I couldn't tell. I'm assuming I've seen it once or twice before, but I don't use Paramount Plus. I keep it because it's free. And at some point, maybe there's going to be something on it that I do want to watch. I'm less likely, I'm not going to cancel something I don't pay for.
Yeah.
That just doesn't seem to be, I'm getting it for free. I'm already taking advantage of it. It, in fact, costs me money if I don't take advantage of it. So I'm not going to cancel.
It's not even really a boycott at that point anyway, because you're not.
Exactly. But again, it costs me. Even if I don't use it, I have it. Thus, it's free. And if I don't have it, I'm wasting the whatever monthly fee it is because I'm not taking advantage of the perk. Is that like a rich person problem? Well, you poor people have credit cards. You have a lot of credit cards. Right?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay, so you know what it is. You feel that you feel me.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah.
Oh God. Just can't get anything from you, Jackson. 1-800-465-8770 for your texts. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money. They've been averaging double-digit returns with 0 investor losses for 19 years. Contact Legacy Group Capital to find out why 1,300 plus local investors have invested over $350 million with Legacy Group Capital. They're online at legacyg.com. When will the government reopen? Will Nancy Pelosi still be in office at that time? She made a big announcement we'll make fun of when we come back. Plus, Washington educators want to use AI in the classroom all of a sudden. I think I know why. We'll get into it when we return on the Jason Rantz Show. Don't forget, Thursday means we have a weekly video update brought to you by your local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn of Nunn Better Tax Resolution. The videos are up on our social media channels this time, taking on the Mamdani problem.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with a Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or at newnordicusa.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on ktth.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
SeattleRed.com is a new experience for Seattle's conservative movement.
When I'm out and about in Seattle or anywhere, just because I like to go into the field.
Local news, opinion, original video content, behind-the-scenes access, and so much more.
A lot of Democrats have said nothing.
Tell your conservative friends about it. SeattleRed.com.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. The Tacoma News Tribune has a story out about how Washington educators are suddenly leaning into using AI in the classroom. This, of course, comes after several months worth of stories in which they were doing the opposite. They were like, what do we do to stop this from happening? But then I think they made a realization. They came to a realization. You know what that realization was?
What?
This will make our job so much easier, and we can do even less and make exactly the same. In fact, knowing how our unions work, we can do less and then demand even more.
How dare you?
I know.
Teachers are saints.
They're heroes as well.
Completely beyond reproach.
Yeah. They say in the article, the goal is to embrace the inevitable as AI becomes more ubiquitous, a change from the approach educators took to the advent of social media. It comes after on Tuesday at the Cascadia Innovation Corridor Conference in Seattle that Brad Smith, the Microsoft president, said, hey, if you use our AI software, you're going to, just at the district level, be able to create streamlined bus schedules. You're going to be able to make more of tight budgets. And both of those statements are absolutely true. There's no doubt about it, in fact. He said it's enabling educators to figure out how to put together lesson plans that are better tailored for students of multiple needs, and it is the future for students themselves. his argument and the greater issue of AI is inevitable, that is 100% true. 100% true. And they should be embracing AI. I just suspect they're embracing it for perhaps the wrong reasons. I just suspect that they're going to use this as a way, not all teachers, but some are going to use this as a way to shortcut the work that they're otherwise doing. And I imagine there's going to be many of them who use it for grading.
I was just thinking, yeah.
Right? Just submit your essays via email, and I'll run it through the system and say, fact check this, grade this on a scale of 8, B, C, D, F, whatever. Here are the terms that I want you to use to, the characteristics you're to use to judge the content, and this is how you're going to grade. That's my guess. And if that's how it's used, students are not going to be well served, because at some point, Timmy's going to say to the teacher, why did I get a C on this? And the teacher's like, Perplexity said that you deserved a C. What do you want? OpenAI said you're not as smart as you should be.
They read about as much of that paper as Kamala Harris did of her own book.
100%. 100%. So I think that's going to ultimately harm the kids. Now, there are clearly ways for teachers to use this responsibly that both help their workload. And look, there's teachers who have really heavy workloads, just not throughout the entire year. And they could benefit from this. I just don't want it to become a tool to be lazy. And it's really easy to use AI as I try my best to push back against it. I could go into AI and upload my book and upload probably all my articles and say, learn my writing style. Based upon my writing style, take all of these, podcast segments I've done. Here's hours worth so you can understand what my ideological perspective is. Write me an article in my voice that condemns blah, 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 blah. And I've tested that out to see how close it is to my voice. It's pretty close. It's not quite close. You can kind of tell how AI operates and formats things. So it's not quite my voice. So I use it for editing purposes, and I use it for research. But I'm in the back of my mind, I'm like, man, it would be so easy for me to just cheat the system. Reach out to my editor at Hachette Center Street Books and say, I've got another idea for a book. I'll have it to you on Thursday. And then just send it on Wednesday and say, look, I was really motivated. But I don't know. I feel like I don't think I can own that. I would feel like I'm being lazy, and I'm not built that way. But a lot of people are. A lot of people are. And
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastland, 33 BU Seattle.
This is a Fox News alert. Food aid benefits temporarily blocked. I'm Lisa Lacera. The Supreme Court has granted the Trump administration's emergency appeal to temporarily block a court order to fully fund food stamp payments during the government shutdown. A lower court judge had given the administration until today to make the payments through the SNAP program. The administration asked an appeals court to suspend any court orders requiring it to spend more money than is available in a contingency fund and instead allow it to continue with planned partial payments for the month. The appeals court ruled against the White House, prompting the filing with the Supreme Court. A judge has permanently barred President Trump from deploying National Guard troops to Portland, Oregon.
A U.S. district judge in Oregon finding there was neither a rebellion or danger of a rebellion in Portland when President Trump deployed the National Guard to the city, issuing a permanent injunction against the Guard call-up. The judge explaining the evidence demonstrates that these deployments, which were objected to by Oregon's governor and not requested by the federal officials in charge of protection of the ICE building, exceeded the president's authority. The decision coming after the judge issued a temporary restraining order blocking the deployment, which the Trump administration had appealed. Lawyers for the government arguing the president sent troops to protect federal property, saying his determination was amply justified by the facts on the ground.
Fox's Christian Goodwin. Senate Democrats proposed a plan to try to reopen the government earlier today.
Leader Thune just needs to add a clean one-year extension of the ACA tax credits to the CR so that we can immediately address rising health care costs.
Democratic leader Chuck Schumer, but Republicans rejected the plan, saying it does nothing to end rising health care costs and the tax credits will increase costs. U.S. and Israeli intelligence officials say Mexican authorities, with assistance from the U.S. and Israeli intelligence agencies, stopped a plot by Iran to assassinate the Israeli ambassador to Mexico. America's listening to Fox News.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
An official message from Medicare.
Medicare plans change from one year to the next. And this year, it's important for you to review your current coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Visit Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. An official message from Medicare.
Couple more minutes, and we'll start this month's book club.
You know, I usually love a plot twist, but this year, I'm comparing my options during Medicare open enrollment.
You can't assume your current health or drug plan is the best one for you.
And you gotta make sure your drugs are covered. That's important.
So is saving money.
Review all your options at Medicare.gov. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Not sure what to get him this holiday? You can't go wrong with a gift from Untuck It. Every guy wants to unwrap our best-selling, wrinkle-free, and performance styles. From polished shirts for holiday parties to cozy layers for family photos, you'll find everything he needs to look sharp and feel comfortable all day and night. So, get a head start on your holiday gift list. Early holiday sale happening now. Find the perfect gift for everyone on your list at untuckit.com and more than 80 stores worldwide. Untuck It. Shirts designed to be worn, untucked.
770 KTTH is now Seattle Red.
It's so important for people to understand.
Seattle Red is all about our conservative values and growing our conservative movement.
This goes to the point about civilized society and how we have to do things
across the Pacific Northwest.
And this is not just a Seattle issue.
And beyond.
You could have the same exact conversation in Everett or Tacoma.
Same conservative values, bigger platform. Seattle Red on 770, the Seattle Red app, and SeattleRed.com. The Seattle Red app, a new experience for Seattle conservatives.
that crowd that is influential enough.
Listen live or catch up if you missed your favorite show.
Trump told reporters, we're thinking about a little rebate.
Send us a message right from the app.
And what is that message?
The Seattle Red app is also your home for news and opinion, all from conservative voices you trust.
Are you sensing the trend?
A new experience for Seattle conservatives.
Because usually you don't get this kind of thing.
Download the Seattle Red app today.
Hey, this is Will Kane. Let's talk about Madison Trust because it's time to take the training wheels off your IRA. What if you could invest your IRA in assets that you're passionate about, like real estate, private loans, precious metals, and more? With a Madison Trust IRA, a self-directed IRA, you are in control. Madison Trust gives you the tools to invest in what you believe in on your terms. Go to MadisonTrust.com. That's MadisonTrust.com and take charge today. Madison Trust, your trusted partner in financial freedom. Results may vary. Consult with a financial professional. What's wrong with white women? With the host of Making the Argument, Nick Freitas. 2, Zohran Mamdani might outlaw eating with utensils. With the host of The Boys Cast, comedian Danny Polishuk. It is Will Kane Country coming to you live from New York City. The city that never sleeps. The city with the new mayor, Zohran Mamdani. It is Will Kane Country, streaming live at the Will Kane Country YouTube channel. We hope you will subscribe and tune in every Monday through Thursday live at 12 o'clock Eastern Time. But if you just can't, if it just doesn't fit your schedule that day, make sure you follow us on Spotify or Apple. While you're over there, make sure you check out Making the Argument. It's hosted by a member of the Virginia House of Delegates. It's Nick Freitas, and he joins us now in the country. What's up, Nick?
Well, I've had better nights. How you doing, Will?
I've had better nights, but I refuse to be completely shocked. What do you think, Nick, will happen to New York City, and how long will it take to happen? This stuff doesn't happen overnight, and a lot of people are making the argument that Zohran Mamdani's not going to be able to deliver on the fake promises he made during this campaign, free buses, public grocery stores, that he doesn't have that power. He's going to run into bureaucracy. He's about to run face first into reality in New York City. Still, he has a lot of power. We saw it with Bloomberg. We saw it with Giuliani. So what do you think he can do? What will it look like in 5 years in New York?
Step one, he's going to staff every single position he possibly can with the most radical people possible, whether it's Islamists, whether it's communists, that's what he's going to staff it with. So pretty much the entire bureaucracy will far outlive Mamdani personally. The other thing that he's going to do is what socialists, what communists always do. He's going to find enemies, and he's going to target them. And so when a bunch of people who can afford to leave, he's going to target them for leaving. He's going to say that they abandoned New York City. When it comes to trying to implement policies, he's going to turn his ire against anybody that's standing in the way in order to achieve it. But there will be a never-ending stream of enemies, and he will use whatever he has within the government apparatus. And he won't be all that interested in staying within the boundaries of the law. Right. But he will find enemies to pick as the source of why his wonderful, glorious policies can't be implemented. And how do I know this is going to happen? How is this all so easily predictable? Because it's happened so many times before in so many other places, different times, different places, different cultures, but always the same results. You promise things that you can't possibly deliver on. You promise to do it by taking from a select group of people. To the extent that those select group of people can actually leave, they will. To the ones that they can stay in place, fine. Sooner or later, you run out of their money. And now you just have to implement this based off of diminishing results and diminishing revenues. And then what do? You find bad guys to punish. You find bad guys to explain to all of your supporters why you couldn't deliver on those promises. You continue to control your education system so that there's a never-ending stream of indoctrinating children into believing that the only reason why these things aren't working is because outside evil forces like Donald Trump or people in other states are the ones that preventing these policies from actually implementing. Real socialism's never been tried, right? Look, this is all just so miserably predictable. But like you said before, the biggest problem with him trying to implement this in a place like New York City is that this isn't communist Russia. This isn't the Eastern Bloc. This isn't Cuba. People can flee, and they're going to. And the only question will be, will the people that are going to be impacted by these policies properly diagnose the problem? And if the answer is yes, then there's hope. And if the answer is no, watch out, because it will turn violent and will turn on violent.